Hello and welcome to another stream of Assassin's Creed Unity to complete the Phase 2 playthrough, the French language run, as part of celebrating the game's 10th anniversary. The main game has been finished, and so now it's time to do the Dead King's DLC. Hey there, Brutus. How's things? This is Arno's Master Assassin outfit that he unlocks when you finish the main story. I'm going to be changing it to my favourite outfit, which is the Todd McFarlane designed Assassin's Creed outfit. Oh, that's great, Brutus. I'm glad to hear that you're going good. As for me, I'm doing well, having a good day. Just going to have a look and see what gear pieces I want to perhaps change, just for the DLC. Alright, now to put on the McFarlane Master Assassin outfit. There we go. There's not really any skills that I need to apply that I need to worry about. Okay, we'll just get the roll recovery. Hey there, Ryu. How's things, dude? So I've never done the Dead King's DLC with the French language before. There's side content with the DLC that I'll be doing as well. That's excellent, Ryu. I'm glad to hear that you're doing well, dude. Up north lies the town of Franciade, in which the French twice buried their kings.
Salut. On dirait qu'il y a une sorte de bug. Attends une seconde.
Moi, tu ne boiras pas une goutte avant de m'avoir payé, compris?
Du calme. Il est avec moi.
Je croyais qu'on vous avait guillotiné.
Une bien triste manière de saluer ton sauveur. As-tu reçu mon message?
Si je le fais, je vais quitter la France.
Je peux m'arranger pour que tu embarques à destination de l'Égypte dans 4 jours.
Avez-vous une idée de l'endroit où se trouve le manuscrit?
Condorcet savait qu'il était traqué. Il a disparu 2 jours avant son arrestation et a laissé ceci derrière lui. Son manuscrit doit être dans le tombeau de Saint-Louis.
La crypte royale! Ce lieu est maudit, monsieur. Les fantômes des rois hantent ces cavernes. Ils poursuivent leurs malheureuses victimes et lui enfoncent une couronne de couteaux sur la tête, les pauvres. Ça leur crève les yeux et ils éclatent comme des raisins trop mûrs. C'est de là que vous parlez?
Cela reste bien moins effrayant qu'être couronné roi de France. En parlant de raisins, fais ton travail.
Oui, monsieur.
Trouve la tombe, ornée de ce blason, et récupère le manuscrit perdu. Nous nous reverrons dans 3 jours. À ta santé, Arnaud.
Cette mémoire est bizarre. Elle est isolée des autres données d'Elix.
I forgot that we were given the Sword of Eden weapon. The Sword of Eden. How many stormtroopers does it take to change a light bulb? None, because they're all on the dark side. Thanks for redeeming that Arnie impression, Dr. Darling. Nice one. They also wouldn't be able to put it on anyway, even if they could, because they'd miss. Hey there, Godfather. Welcome on in. Unifier Rod, this is me. Welcome on in. How's it going? What's the skeleton's favorite type of road? A dead end. Thanks for redeeming that Bane impression as well, Dr. Darling. Hey there, Senny. La Crypte de Royale with cheese. No. The new Dead King's Burger. Get it now. At Big Kahuna Burgers. How's it going, dude? Welcome on in, Senny. Hey there, Raid. How's things? Bonjour, monsieur. Comment ça va? Oui? I guess. How's it going, Raid? Welcome. So I've never done this DLC before. With the French language, I should say. I've done the DLC before, but I've never done it with the French language. So this will be interesting. So this first memory, if you accidentally fast travel here when you're not ready, you actually can't just exit out. You have to wait until you do this first memory. And then the game will let you. Sequence 13, Memory 1, Buried Words. In return for passage out of France, Arnaud agrees to help the Marquis de Sade retrieve a lost manuscript written by the Marquis de Condorcet. Raid comment, ça va is French for how are you? Ah, gotcha. Well, I'm doing well, thanks. How's things going with you?
C'est bon, c'est réglé. Mais je me demande où mène ce détour. Peut-être à une autre séquence ADN. Y a qu'un moyen de le savoir.
La crypte royale doit être sous la basilique.
Viens ici! Mon père était un excellent arracheur de dents. Il m'a tout appris.
De s'occuper des fuyards.
Mais bientôt t'as du mon vin.
C'est clair? Le coca.
Et bien sûr, tu te trompes, c'est qui? Sac à main.
Connais un peu les
Arnaud, comment te portes-tu?
Hé, Arnaud. Comment vas-tu?
Bonne journée, Arnaud. Citoyen.
Envisage de déchaîner la violence contre la vie. Qu'allons-nous faire de tout cela? Quelle histoire! Ce sac à vin me fait perdre mon temps.
Progress going good, thanks. About to take D'Agostino on the morning round. Hope you're having a nice day so far. Excellent, dude. That's great to hear, man. Sounds like a great idea too. I hope that you both enjoy the walk. And I'm having a good day, thanks, dude. Things have been going well. Rage, you're a Canadian who can barely speak French. You know, you're a disgrace. Well, I definitely wouldn't feel that way, to be fair, because in places where there's multiple languages, to expect everyone to speak every language that is in the region, I think it's a bit, well, not unrealistic, I guess, but...
Je connais un peu les avenues du pouvoir. Qu'ont-ils fait cette fois?
Je vais maintenir le coup, j'espère t'échapper. Vous autres ne seriez même pas capables de tuer un jambon. Tournez sa garde. Éventrez-le. La chasse. Tenez-vous prêts.
Ah, baptisez toujours, qui a fait ça, mais il y a bien qu'un bon coup de lame ne serait arrangé enragé de moi dans les rues.
Tiens pas ça comme un drapeau, crétin. Tu l'avais bien cherché. Ce sera bien le tour de tes amis. Repose en paix, vermine.
Fiche de camp, on n'a pas besoin de badauds ici.
Il passe quelque chose.
On the hunt for any dialogue that guards might be talking about in the area.
Hé,
Comment te
Arnaud,
portes-tu, Arnaud?
que se passe-t-il cette fois?
Maudit royaliste! Je ne te laisserai pas t'enfuir! Ah! Je vais te trancher la tête, ça t'aérera les dents!
Comment vas-tu?
Right, Arno being as useless as ever, I see. Yeah, it's like sometimes you just want him to climb directly up, but he'll slightly go to the left or right. What they should have done after this game, instead of what they did with Syndicate, and then later, they should have basically reduced the amount of sideways things that Arno could grab onto on certain particular points of a structure, and restrict some kind of movement, but only on certain segments of the building, not the whole building, because you still want the player to be able to climb up to the left or right. But they put too many connection points, but then to counteract that, they don't put as many. They sort of don't get the balance right. And especially some structures where you look at the way it is, so you see that being the first connection point, then that one, and then those bits on the window, the top of it, that one, there, and then boom. I didn't mean to shoot that. I love the timing of that, and boom, and then just shoot. And that's fine, like that whole bit there is fine, but if someone just directly wants to climb up, you want to make sure that there's nothing that the character will grab different. You want the character to go up the same way all the time. You don't want, like there, like Arno, well, it's fair enough on that window, I guess. Yeah, so it's fair enough on that he goes to the left a bit, because the actual window part here can't be grabbed onto, which is understandable. The other thing is too, like, because the character can grab to so much stuff without the player wanting to, like, this here, for example, Arno won't actually climb up on that just by walking it. But let's see what happens if I hold the thing down. No. Okay, so this is an example where it doesn't do that. But like chests and stuff that are on the ground, Arno will accidentally go too far forward and end up getting on top of the chest when what you wanted to do was actually just be in front of it. And things like that as well. So But yeah, the newer games, they sort of, in an effort to try and streamline stuff, they take away a lot of player freedom in the movement a little bit. Like in this game, if you want Arno to do a climb leap, you can do it yourself when you want to. You don't have to actually wait for the game to do it. Whereas Syndicate onwards, the character only does a climb leap when the distance between one part of the building that you're grabbing to and the next one is far apart enough that the character will need to do a climb leap to actually reach it. That's my TED talk on Assassin's Creed parkour finished. Hey Ginger Perks, welcome. This game destroyed you. You were a mess on stream at how infuriated you were. You did not like the combat or stealth in comparison to previous games. I don't blame you, because the way that they did it in this, it's very overwhelming, and because every asshole has a gun that they can just pull out at any time, and sometimes you can't even see the reticule on the screen letting you know that they're actually aiming at you until it's too late. And the camera doesn't help because the camera zooms in too close. So if you've got 5 enemies around you, you have to constantly move the camera just to even see if they're about to do like an attack on you and stuff like that. And the enemy also gets a bit of an advantage sometimes, because when you're fighting the enemy and you are going up against a wall, you'll be stuck in the combat stance, but the enemy will go out of it and run around you and then start attacking you from behind. Meanwhile, it takes a bit for the game to let you actually get off the wall and out of the combat stance, or get around to the other, advantage point of the enemy and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, I don't blame you for having those frustrations with this game. Even after playing it for so long, there's still like niggling things that get in the way of the combat and some of the climbing stuff as well. But yeah, I feel like they just overcorrected with stuff afterwards. Hey there, Sona. Welcome on in. Hope it's going well. Hey there, Seconds. Welcome on in. This is true, Arno died. Ginger Perks, the guns annoyed you so much, and you didn't like how Human Shielded and Whistle were taken out. Every fucking guard is a sniper. That is so true. Yeah, they're all snipers, and you can't, whistle and stuff. And so that's the thing, right? Like, it's all well and good to introduce the last known position mechanic, but not every player will want to use that as a way, or an alternate way of getting the attention of a guard, except for, certain circumstances. But a whistle, definitely does a lot better job in a lot of different ways. Thank you, Raid, for clipping that moment. Digiperks, the amount of times Arno didn't jump into the haystack and just to some random location and died. Oh yeah. Yeah, that can definitely happen too a lot as well, which is, really, really, it's really frustrating. Unauthorized discharge. Nice name for the clip, Raid. Thank you for clipping that. Alright, so there's the distraction that we started, and then there's also the organ that we can play. So I want to do that too, to get the dialogue from the enemies and their reaction.
La crypte royale doit être sous la basilique.
Vous avez vu ces soldats?
La ville est en proie au chaos.
I've already heard that dialogue. Cool. This was something I didn't really actually use much in previous playthroughs, but using the organ is quite interesting as a distraction.
Eh, une minute.
Minute. No more minutes for him.
Par le diable, mais que...
Raid, thank you so very much for the 100 bits. Thank you very, very much. I really do appreciate it. As for do I understand any of that French? Let me see. Numeros is number. Grand is great. Supplementaire, supplement. And cheese and grand soda. How did I do? Thank you, Raid, for that. I really do appreciate that a lot. Hello, Star. Welcome on in. Rama Lama Ding Dong. Starlight has arrived. How's things going? Hope you had a good weekend. Biko, good morning. All how are we? That took you by surprise last night. You're on much later. You tried to stay, but your mum's puppy was just too demanding to go out for a walk. Oh, that's all good, Biko. That's definitely understandable. You know, like if you need to do things, definitely don't feel like you're being a bad viewer or anything like that. But I did, yeah. I finished. What time was it? It was 4:30 a.m. when I when I finished. I just wanted to get the main story finished. But I also had some other stuff too. I had co-op mission to do and cover the French language in that, and waiting around for dialogues and trying not to get detected so dialogues could happen and not get cancelled out and all that kind of stuff, you know. So, but yeah, I got that done, and the Dead Kings DLC is all I've got left for this phase. And then at a later date, I'll do phase 3, which will be a music-only run, and I'll be doing the Dead Kings for that as well. It was long. It was, yeah, a long weekend. Ginger Perks, thank you so very much for the 400 bits. That's amazing. Thank you very, very much. Muchly appreciated. That's awesome. Ahoy there, Sheila. Welcome on in. I'm doing really good, thank you, dude. How's things going with you? Right, El Grande Smokio has been upgraded to La Grande Fumée. Smoke Bob? Star, yep, 8 hours of sleep in 2 days long. Ooh, sorry to hear about that, Star. Like, hopefully you can get some good sleep to, you know, to make up for that. Thanks again, Ginger Perks. That's awesome. Right, alright, no more French from you. Oui, monsieur. Star, now school for son has started. Oh no. Talk about not having much sleep over 2 days worth. Right, it's the GTA San Andreas reference. Oh! Now, of course, yes. Now I see. Now that you mention that. Hey Nagasuki, good morning. And good afternoon. And good evening and good night. How's things? Sheila, doing good. It's a more chill day today, and you're prepping for a bit for Babs coming over tomorrow. Oh, really? Oh, that's cool. That'll be awesome. Glad to hear that you're doing good. And that'll be awesome for you guys to meet up. That's cool. Before I interact with this organ, just want to cover any dialogue there might be.
Quand on l'aura trouvé.
Ces recherches durent bien trop longtemps.
Ce sera fini quand le commandant dira que c'est fini.
À quoi peut-il bien jouer?
Quoi?
Étrange. Qu'est-ce que...
Alright, so I'll interact with this soon, but I want to go up towards there just to see if there's any dialogue from characters. Star, hey, it was worth it. Your mom had surgery on a closed fracture on her shoulder Friday last week, so you were there helping her. Oh, that is great that you were there for her, Star. That's cool. You know, and hopefully she's healing well and is on the mend very quickly also. That's really good that you're able to help out. Sheila, yeah, she's in the Netherlands currently celebrating her birthday with some friends, and she's coming over for some days to Germany tomorrow. Oh, excellent. That's cool. Yeah, it's interesting how many countries are like really close together sometimes at some points on the globe. Star, at her place. Insomnia has its perks. Yeah. Well, I mean, that's the thing too. Like, I guess the silver lining as well. Right, you've been playing Watch Dogs Legion. Only just noticed today that the Parcel Fox scooters are the Moltebene brand. Oh, I don't know if I actually noticed that when I played it last. That's interesting. Krazel Nokova, thank you so much for the follow. Thank you. I'm doing well, thanks, Seconds. I wish I could say I could speak French fluently, but only some words have stuck out.
Dieu a quitté les lieux.
Hey, qu'est-ce qui se passe? Y a quelqu'un? Je n'ai pourtant pas rêvé.
No, Arno, I wanted you to, like, you know, jump diagonally towards the wall.
C'était quoi ça? Allez!
Guess not. That's why we reload a checkpoint.
Cette mémoire est bizarre. Elle est isolée des autres données d'Elix. C'est bon, c'est réglé. Mais je me demande où mène ce détour. Peut-être à une autre séquence ADN. Y a qu'un moyen de le savoir.
La crypte royale doit être sous la basilique.
Vous avez vu ces soldats?
Dieu a quitté les lieux.
Alright, so these characters don't have any dialogues. Just wanted to check. Okay, now Arno doesn't want to seem to go up on... There we go. Now he does. Alright, just jump across. Right, there we go. I knew you could do it, Arno. I knew you could do it. Raid God has left the building. Very metal quote right there. God has left the building. Now that we've gotten that dialogue from before, time to interact with the organ. It's cool that they had that as a distraction. I never really used to use it that much. Interesting. I thought they'd have some kind of dialogue reaction to an organ just going off, but I guess not. Not even a, what the fuck was that? Who the... I know he can do it, but the game is like, no. Get off the thing, get off the thing. Or stay on it, whatever you want. I thought maybe there might be some dialogue if I get on ground level. That's a good example of Arno landing on something and not letting the player get off it quick enough. Alright. Rage, like how they just leave when you play the organ as if something's definitely wrong. It's not as if maybe one of their friends decided to touch the organ or anything. That's true. Maybe they just wanted to break the monotony and the silence. And they just wanted to have some kind of, like, fun. Some, little bit of music.
Alors, Louis, où est-ce que tu te caches? Rien par ici.
I know which one it is, but I just want to get the dialogue from picking the wrong ones.
Non, pas ici. Non, pas ici. Non, pas ici. Rien par ici. Non, pas ici. Rien.
There we go. This is the one. Biko, you finding any time away from streaming to play any new games like the new Black Myth, which looks insanely good? Not really, Biko. The only game that I've done that with recently was Hellblade 2. Because I don't stream from my Xbox anymore, I wanted to make sure that before the game comes out on PS5, because it's a timed exclusive with Xbox, that I wanted to actually get my hands on the game and play it off stream before any spoilers happened, or I came across any spoilers. So I got Game Pass temporarily again, and the funny thing was I was able to take advantage of the 14-day trial, even though I had already been a member of Game Pass like a year or so ago. So I used that as an opportunity to play it offline, and it was really good. I really enjoyed playing that and experiencing it without streaming it. So I do that sometimes with some games, but other games I'm just so used to streaming them when I first play them that it's just second nature. Ray, you don't know about me, but when you hear voices in the room next to you, you instantly assume someone's broken into your house. It's not as if your sister sleeps in that room or anything. Yeah, these enemies, they're just like, I don't know. They're inside a building, but there's like, a lot of outside areas and stuff too. Biko, you understand that. PS5 is master race, end of, and always will be. PlayStation forever. Yeah, I mean, the exclusives on both systems, depending on what the game is, that's the thing with me. It's always been, what is the game itself? And if it's on the Xbox only or the PlayStation only, so be it. Now that I have both, it's kind of like that. But because I stream and there's the audio issues with streaming directly from the Xbox, the PlayStation 5 was the better alternative. But if I wasn't a streamer, then it wouldn't have mattered, because not streaming the game wouldn't have had to worry about any audio issues. But since I do, and I had, it was just like, ugh, fix your shit, Microsoft. But they don't. Like, literally, it was months and months later when it first started happening that I tried again and it was still going wrong. It was like, I'll give up.
Simple comme.
Où est-elle?
Diable. La porte du temple est tout près. Regardez le plan.
Il n'y a rien ici.
Tu m'as fait perdre mon temps avec ces fantaisies. Vous mettez mon honneur en doute?
Ton honneur de soldat ne me fait pas rire. Tu es libre de rompre ton engagement. Mais moi aussi, je suis libre. Et je peux me montrer violent.
Je me suis trompé, capitaine. Mais j'ai appris qu'il existait une liste des reliques volées dans la tombe. Je peux vous y conduire. Elle est aussi précieuse que le temple.
Ce n'est pas ce que je cherche. Regarde-moi dans les yeux quand je te parle. Est-ce que tu veux la même chose que moi?
Oui, monsieur.
Bien, dans ce cas, nous sommes d'accord. Trouve le temple, et tu en sortiras peut-être vivant. Ravi d'avoir fait affaire avec toi.
À l'aide! C'était quoi ce bruit? Il doit bien y avoir une sortie. À l'aide! Il doit bien y avoir une sortie. À l'aide!
Citoyen.
Arrière, fantôme!
Citoyen.
À l'aide! Arrière, esprit! Ah!
Requiescat in pace. Ça ne te dérangera pas, n'est-ce pas? Tu es mort. Merci, monsieur. Le plan. Liste de dons poiriers des reliques volées dans la bibliothèque de l'abbaye. Le manuscrit doit y figurer.
It's only a small nitpick, but you think they would let the dialogue of Arno play first and then throw up the message on the screen that interrupts the audio, and not the other way around. It makes me wonder, so, like, it's like with some games in the series where you have this really dramatic moment in a cutscene, and it fades to black, and then the loading icon appears on the screen, and the music hasn't finished yet, and the fade out on the music hasn't finished yet, and yet it gets cut off for a split second and then starts again. It's like, ugh. These little niggling things that don't bother other people, but it's like, for me, it's like, come on. Like, seriously, Ubisoft. You can't, like, you know, wait until the audio has faded out completely first and then, you know, start the loading process. Right? There must be a way out. Let me stand here cowering. That's true. You just stand there and like, help me. No way out. Help. Help. Just as a note, if anyone was doing or wanted to do a stealth challenge, you can't avoid him noticing you. Like, even if you were to disguise yourself as someone else, he'd still be like, "Ah!" and then run off.
Ah, une entrée secrète.
Pour les vrais patriotes. J'étais à ta taverne hier soir. Plus tard, si vous voulez parler, je vous attends. Là-haut, abattez-moi les chiens. Il ne réussira pas à me perdre. Là. Arrêtez-le. Je suis... m'échapper. Vous allez filer, oui. Ambulancez. C'est maintenant. À croire que tu as une folle. Inutile de me jouer. Arrêtez de me battre. Allez donc voir ailleurs, ici. Cassez la tête. Je vais t'arracher les joyaux.
That's when you know I'm sick of enemy shit. Ray didn't realize you were suddenly playing Twilight Princess. It's been so long since I even played any of that, I can't even remember some of the stuff in it. I never finished it.
Comment te portes-tu, Arnaud? Bonjour. Bienvenue, monsieur.
So we're still in the first memory of the DLC. Once we finish this memory, there's some side stuff that I want to do for this playthrough as well in this DLC for the French language. I doubt it will happen, but if I finish this and it ends up being early my time still, I won't be starting the Tomb Raider marathon today. I want to keep that until Monday. That way I can start it and do a longer stream of the original Tomb Raider to kick things off with.
Alors, ce moine, ce Don Poirier, il a fait la liste de tout ce qui a été volé dans les cryptes. Il a observé les pillards et il a suivi leurs pistes. Il est tellement doué qu'il a été recruté par la Commission des Monuments Nationaux. Je me fiche de pour qui il travaille. Je veux cette liste.
Et les tombeaux?
Ouais. Quand Saint-Denis a été rebaptisé Franciade, des pillards ont décidé de s'emparer des joyaux de la couronne.
Comment va-t-on rétablir l'ordre?
On prie pour un changement de régime.
Je ne peux pas prier, on m'arrêterait. Et les tombeaux?
Ouais. Quand Saint-Denis a été rebaptisé Franciade, des pillards ont décidé de s'emparer des joyaux de la couronne.
Comment va-t-on rétablir l'ordre?
On prie pour un changement de régime.
Je ne peux pas prier, on m'arrêterait.
I like how that dialogue at the end there played twice. It was a good joke though. He's like, pray for the government. And he's like, I can't, I'll be arrested. Raid 1 hour for the first mission? Oh, MG, you are so bad. That's... Yeah, this DLC is short otherwise, if you're just going from A to B.
Il se passe quelque chose. Tu connais les règles? Les balais!
Qu'est devenu le trésor de Swan?
Réquisitionné par l'État, bien sûr.
C'est nous qui l'avons?
Mieux que ça, il est toujours dans notre campement. Mais je ne t'ai rien dit. D'accord?
C'était quoi ça?
Bonjour, Camille.
Bonjour, Thomas.
La liste de Don Poirier. Elle dit que le manuscrit de Condorcet se trouve dans la vieille Maison Rouge. Il a ajouté un nom, Léon.
Attendez un instant.
Leon French Kennedy. Ray, do you like how the last known position thing blinks? Its eyes blink, you should say. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's interesting little things here and there in games. Like, for the longest time, I didn't actually notice the icon for your sword change into the icon for the hidden blade when you're close enough to an enemy. It was just a detail that I never looked down at that icon before when that happened. I love it when this game prevents me from pressing the buttons to do stuff. Oh, Biko, if I could do that with Assassin's Creed Origins, I absolutely would. If I could play Assassin's Creed 1 in Arabic, if I could play Assassin's Creed Origins in Egyptian, or Odyssey in Greek, Valhalla in Norse, I definitely would. Chronicles China in Chinese, Chronicles India and Russia, you know, in their native languages. If I could, I definitely would. So this memory, by the way, as I was saying before, if you accidentally fast travel to this DLC when you're not ready, you can't actually exit out of it until you do this first memory. So once you do the first memory and you look at the map, you will then have an icon here to go back to France, to go back to Paris, I mean. Alright, what I want to do is synchronize the other two viewpoints that are in this. I won't be doing any more of the main story for this DLC for a little bit. There's some side stuff I want to cover. Right, unfortunately no one speaks Coptic anymore. Yeah, that'd be the thing. Sheila, that's a nice little detail you never noticed. Yeah, it's just one of those things, like you just play a game so often, you tend to not necessarily look in certain parts of the game screen in a scrutinizing way anyway. And then all of a sudden it just sticks out like a sore thumb and you're like, oh, didn't notice that before. Biko, do they have modern spoken Egyptian in the game? I don't think so, no. I don't know how much source material they have access to of how things were actually said back then. Maybe they had to make some embellishments and stuff. Hiya! Precision, Garach. Nick any suggested. Comer when Nesu. There's some of the ones that I remember from Assassin's Creed Origins. I do, Nagatsuki, yeah, I definitely do. I'll grab a link to that and I'll post it in chat. Hey, Mr. Gote, thanks for redeeming the leap of fail. Excellent timing. Although I don't know if this will be... Oh, there should be something I can jump from on this viewpoint that will cause Arno's death. Hey there, OzGym. How's it going today? Nagasaki, great. You're joining right away. Oh, excellent. That's cool. Thank you so much. Is your username the same on Discord as it is on Twitch? There we go. So there's the Discord link. This height isn't that great. Let's actually go to this viewpoint over this way. It's taller. Be more dramatic fall. When I do my Tomb Raider marathon, I'll be bringing back the Rest in Peace Lara as well, where it's a similar thing to the Leap of Fail. Oh, good, Nakazuki. That's cool. That's cool that it's the same. That'll make it much easier to see when you've come in and... I wish I could move the camera in better positions when that happens. But yeah, I wasn't expecting him to actually slide past that part of the other roof. I thought he was just going to land on that and die. Thank you for redeeming that, Mr. Goatee. Thanks for joining as well, Raid. So I've changed your role, Raid, and I'll change your role as well, Nagasuki, so you can both post and react to certain things. There's only some channels in there that only mods or myself can post in, and it's mainly just, announcements and stuff. Oh, that's excellent, cool, man. I'm glad that... oh, sorry, I haven't even asked if you're going okay. Sorry, I thought I did. How's things going, cool, man? As for me, I'm doing really good. We finished the first memory of this DLC, but I want to synchronize this next viewpoint and also do some of the side stuff in the French language as well. Speaker, there was a streamer called Tech and Junk back in the day streaming Elder Scrolls Online, and there was this German-Egyptian player who sounded literally like Khajiit without even pretending. Well, everything he spoke was amazing. Oh yeah, yeah, because I remember the Khajiit in Skyrim. It's amazing what the human voice can do, especially when you think about being able to do accents. You know, people being able to do accents from other places and stuff. I mean, you know, we're all human and our vocal cords work the same way. So it's not surprising on that level. Nagasuki, nice. Yeah, you're looking at your Discord right now. Oh, nice. Well, thanks for joining as well, Nagasuki, and Raid as well. Biko, amazing races, Khajiits and Argonians are your favorites. Oh, cool. Yeah, it's I've only played through Skyrim once so far, and that was the Xbox 360 version. But I really, really enjoyed it a lot. In fact, it took a couple of years for me to sit down and actually finish it, because for the rest of that time, before that point, I was just basically exploring around and doing side stuff and doing more side stuff and then doing more side stuff and then more side stuff and then more exploring and then more exploring and then more side stuff and then more exploring. And then I was finally like, you know what, maybe I should do the main story. Cool, man, you're doing well. Still at work. We'll be going home soon. Oh, well, that is good. Hopefully the time won't go too slowly for you. Glad to hear that you're doing well. Dr. Darling, Skyrim has a main story? I think it does. It might be a myth or a legend. Legends tell that there was a main story in Skyrim. Okay, so we've synchronized all the viewpoints. Now, we have multiplayer missions that have some dialogue in them. And from doing this last time in Phase 1, I know how annoying these can be, so we're going to do this one first. I'm doing good, thanks, Mr. Goatee. Yeah, things are going well. How about yourself? Actually, no, it wasn't this one that was really annoying. Is that one where you have to go through the streets and march around and all that kind of stuff. Oh, Jim, not great. Got your car back from service and you have to get the engine mounts replaced. That's around $3,000 to fix. Oh no. Just what you don't need. Like, that's definitely a big chunk of money. Cool, man. You want to ask, is there any game you didn't know existed until someone told you about it? Let's see. Not necessarily being told about it, but just coming across it on Twitch when someone's streaming it. Like Outlast, for example. I didn't know about that until I saw some people streaming it on Twitch. And I enjoyed the game watching it so much that even watching the game until the end, when I finally played it myself, I still enjoyed the hell out of it. It's actually one of my favorite first-person horror games. But yeah, mainly it's just basically finding out about games just through Twitch, pretty much. Hellblade was another one. Hellblade Senua's Sacrifice. So it seems that this doesn't have any actual dialogue from characters.
Arrêtez-le! Tu cours bien pour un lapin, mais je suis rusé comme un renard! Tu vas mourir! Ah, sale chien!
Rage, your favorite way to play Skyrim is to be a mage and blast everyone with fireballs. Much more entertaining than being a stealth archer like most people. Yeah, that's true. I must say, I definitely resorted to the whole stealth with a bow approach in Skyrim a lot. Mr. Gote, good. Looking at getting a copy of Black Myth next week and seeing what it's like? Oh, hell yeah. I saw the intro for it, and it brought back memories of the other adaptation of Journey of the West, the old series Monkey Magic, and the whole having like a miniaturized staff that he pulls out of his ear and then it extends out, and having like a cloud that he flies on and all this kind of stuff. And you're right, Outlast 1 and 2 are great games. Yeah, I really enjoy both of them. I can't really decide which one I like the best out of the two, though, because even though they're very similar, they're also very different as well. But I like Outlast 2. It's definitely more of a psychological horror approach than the first one was. The first one is more about being in like a haunted house kind of situation. Not that you are in a haunted house, but just the general idea of characters trapped in a location and having to escape, death behind every corner, jump scares, you know, all that kind of stuff. Whereas the sequel has that, but it's also more about getting under the player's skin and sort of like messing with your head as well. Oh, Jim, that's 2/3 of your savings. There goes your holiday you're planning. That's the thing with stuff, you know, like you can be having a great sort of run of things and then something just happens and then it, like a domino effect, it just has this big, massive, negative impact that it just, you know, affects so much stuff. That's true. It was just the wind. It must have been the wind, cool man. I agree. Must have just been the wind. Raid, isn't Outlast 2 the one with the majorly unsatisfying ending? Well, I guess from some people's perspective it could be. But yeah, it's interesting, the ending, because there's a lot of there's a lot of confusing thing that's happening. And the funny thing is, an answer to one of the things is actually in the Whistleblower DLC for Outlast 1. There's a document that talks about female patients who thought that they were pregnant. They actually weren't, but they were affected by the morphogenic engine so much that they believed and they felt that they were actually pregnant, and they even looked and saw that they were pregnant, you know, things like that, but they actually weren't. That's why all the female patients were moved off of Mount Massive Asylum, because it was also affecting the staff, the female staff as well.
La procession funéraire doit passer au centre de la ville aujourd'hui.
Ce sera facile. On attaque, il meurt, et on devient riche.
Je ne sais pas. J'ai comme une sensation étrange.
Eh ben ça doit être la putain d'hier soir.
Il devrait apprendre à suivre son instinct.
This one was very annoying.
Arrêtez-vous là! Tant que tu peux encore! Malin bâtard! Fais chaud peut-être!
No, I'm not saying that I've been everywhere and I've done everything, but I do know it's a pretty amazing planet we live on, and a man would have to be some kind of fool to think we're alone in this universe. Thank you so very much for redeeming that from my favourite movie, Big Trouble in Little China. Muchly appreciated, Mr. Gote. Such a great movie, that one. You can't just go in and out of there like the wind. Yes, I can, Miss Law, with my mind and my spirit as one. As two, I said I was coming. Hey, Anmita. How's things going? Welcome. Haven't started the DLC yet, Ozjim? Oh, that's fair enough. It's a good DLC, Whistleblower. It's short as well, so if you wanted to do it as part of the main game too, and it does a great job at integrating itself. Rage, your favourite missions in games are the ones where you have to protect slow-moving NPCs and you wish sarcasm conveyed better in text format. Oh man, I love missions like that. It's what I live and breathe for. If a game doesn't have that kind of mission, is it really actually a game?
Dégaine ton épée! Plutôt ton destin. Je te tiens!
C'est vieux pour jouer à cache-cache, celui-là?
Mais de qui?
Les gars, il est temps de passer à l'action!
Oui, très simple.
L'heure est venue, les intrus ne feront pas de
Je crois que je vais faire.
Il y a bien eu un bruit.
À mort! Bon.
Bouge plus!
Voilà!
Oh, that's great, Anmita. Glad to hear that things are going well. You've been lazy on your day off? Oh, I do not blame you one bit, dude. And I really hope that the time goes really slow so you can savor every moment of it. As for me, I'm doing really, really good. Things are going well, having a good day. Can't believe another week is almost over. Thank you so much for leaving the lurk, cool man. Really appreciate it. Oh, Jim, yeah, your new pup just passed wind while sleeping on your lap. The puppy is like, I wonder if my owner will notice. Hey there, Lizzie, welcome. I see you already at the DLC. Absolutely, yeah, I finished the main game yesterday. I did a 11.5-hour stream to get it done. So we're doing the DLC today, and then that'll be the playthrough finished. Cheers, Enmita, thank you.
Les gars, il est temps de passer à l'action!
allez me tuer. Ma mort ne vous apportera rien. Laissez-moi partir.
Qui se passe?
Je m'échauffe à peine.
Rendez-vous compte? Je m'en remets.
Les gars, il est temps de passer à l'action.
I'm so loving the fact that this new smart detection system that AutoMod has is actually blocking those bot accounts that try and get you to click on a link for viewers. I love it. It's just so funny. But I have to savor it while it lasts, because no doubt they'll find a way around that system eventually.
Soyez clément. Épargnez-moi.
Lizzie, what is next? So the games that will be replacing this will be the Tomb Raider series. I'll be doing my 12-game marathon. But I won't be starting that till next Monday. Oh, Jim, it's another purebred Jack Russell. Oh, cool. I like those dogs. They can be funny sometimes too, how they react to certain things. And Mitzi, also happy to say that you platinumed AC Valhalla last night. You got the 3 remaining achievements in one go. You basically defeated Hell in 1 minute. Oh, excellent, dude. That's great. GG's on that. That would be really good to be able to get that and get all those 3 in one. Like, that's just great. Hey there, Lynchmob. How's things going today? Hey Stan, welcome. Good day. You were wondering if you would be interested in cheap viewers. Oh, these bots, they're just so funny. It's like...
Ils vont exploser.
Ce n'est pas une attaque ordinaire.
Je traîne pas ici, moi. Bon sang. Est-ce que tout va bien? Attention! Elles vont exploser!
Tu ne risquais pas de gagner seul.
Quelqu'un devrait appeler la grenade. Je suis le seigneur du feu! Réduisons-les ensemble!
Te voilà.
Gonna get killed, or they're gonna get killed here. Yep.
Je suis le seigneur du feu. Réduisons les montagnes.
Quelqu'un d'autre veut mourir?
Maintenant, je te tiens.
Te voilà. Je vais te couper en deux.
Il l'avait pas vu venir, hein? Pitoyable.
Ce n'est pas le jour de Rousseau. Notre bienfaiteur s'est montré généreux. Prenez-en chacun une.
Allez, j'attends.
Vise tes poches. Je vous implore de m'écouter.
Je vous en prie.
Laissez un peu de patience. Rousseau, notre bienfaiteur s'est montré généreux. Prenez-en chacun une et faites-en bon usage.
Mon épée.
Ne me tuez pas ici.
Je vais pas t'enfuir.
Et ton homme.
Reviens ici, lâche.
Hey! Pareil que la ça toute ta vie.
Il n'y a rien à faire ici.
Battez-vous! Là-bas!
Un autre de moi.
Lynch Mob, just about to relax after a long day at work and going to play some Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom since you got a day off tomorrow. Oh, very nice, Lynch Mob. That's great. That's good that you got a day off tomorrow. Good idea to relax also. And Rita, now you can give the game a rest and focus on other games. 300 hours to platinum a game is a lot. It really is. That's a big, big undertaking. Like, hats off to you for doing it as well, because, yeah, there's so many things to get done. Thank you for redeeming the Arnie movie scene impression, Lynch Mob. Oh look, you're famous. That is not Hercules. And who is that monster who looks as if he has come straight from the kingdom of the underworld? Oh no, this is a motion picture, a play. Really, you mustn't take yourself so seriously. He doesn't even look like me. Look. What are you doing? Oh wow. Does he? Ha ha. Does he? I really wish you'd put your shirt back on. He isn't supposed to look like anyone other than the actor who plays the part. What is the name of that imitator? Who gave him permission to pretend to be Hercules? I think we ought to go. Insolent! That's from the movie Hercules in New York. It was a movie where they actually dubbed his voice because they thought the people wouldn't understand what he was saying. Which was one of the things that they told him would set him back as an actor, and he wouldn't get very far because of it. And his name was too long to fit on a movie poster. Ha! What did they know? Hello, Tintin. How's things going? How's Snowy?
Dans son bon territoire, village de misérabilien.
What is the dog's name, Tintin? Bingo was his name-o. And Mita, thank you so much for leaving the lurk. No worries at all, dude. Exactly, yours, Jim, yeah. You know. Definitely proved them wrong. This guy's like, can you get out of the way? I'm carrying this heavy thing. Been carrying it for hours now.
Je vais te transpercer. Regarde pas. Et voilà.
I hate how the enemies in this DLC throw rocks at you like petty assholes. They're like, I'm gonna throw a rock at you.
Une victime facile. L'âme a encore soif. Je vais gagner. Inutile d'essayer d'enfuir. Bonté, je suis...
Tu es à moi.
Reste là, citoyen. Très audacieux. Pour la révolution.
Quel plaisir de te voir, citoyen. Allô? Oh, par le ciel, je vous en conjure. Je ne peux pas...
Finally, at the last part.
Nous pouvons enfin quitter cette maudite ville. Qu'est-ce qui a pris à Rousseau d'aller habiter dans ce trou à rats? Viens ici.
Alright, so that's that content done. Just to get the French language dialogue in. But there's other side stuff that I want to do as well. Sword of the Convention. Let's have a look at that. Just wanted to have a look. Definitely not going to swap to it. Okay, so we're going to do some of the stories of Franciade. They're basically the DLC's version of Paris stories. The next phase of this 10th anniversary that I'll be doing for this game, I think I might make the phase 3 happen sometime in November, I think. And it'll be a music-only playthrough. So I'll have the sound effects and the dialogue turned off. And only have the music. And listen to the music until it loops or stops, and then go through the game like that. And there's DLC as well.
Domine salvum fac regem et exaudi nos indiqua invoca verimus te. Gloria Patri et Filio et Spiritui Sancto. For doing this one, you get the Man in the Iron Mask outfit. Tintin, literally every job on Seek, one of the world's leading technology companies. I bet every technology company wants to say that they're the world's largest, or the world's leading one. Bigo, it's so good with the French language. It's just so slick how they talk and smooth. Yeah, it really adds a whole different feel if you're so used to either the English language version or if you have a language that you that is native to you and stuff, and then play it with a different language again. To also see the difference in what the actors do. There's a couple of characters in the main story, in the Paris story content, where they did a great job to still make how they sounded distinctive for the character. Like the psychic woman is a great example of that. The English language version has a certain way of saying the words and is very eccentric and a bit high-pitched. And the French language version of the same character isn't exactly the same, but it's still distinct enough from, let's say, just a regular NPC talking in the French language.
Rien d'aller voir.
Hello there, Code. How's things going today? Code, only thing that's missing is the safety nets, trampolines, under the windows, so they can keep something inside for a bit longer. It's like, oh no, I dropped this thing out the window. Oh, it's okay, it's bouncing back to me. Crisis avoided.
Conscience, crois-moi.
Probablement.
Calme-toi, voyons. Nous allons bien trouver une solution.
Qu'est-ce que tu fais? Vous avez vu?
Sûrement, il va bien, j'espère.
Bonne journée, Arnaud.
Toi, ne bouge plus. Hey, t'as pas le droit de venir faire ça ici.
Ça tient, tu ne peux pas te cacher.
Il faut l'envoyer à Bissell.
That's right, I was Jim, yeah. Yeah, this is the Sword of Eden. Unfortunately, though, it doesn't have the power that it had when Germain was actually using it, so we can't shoot essential lightning from it. Someone should do a mod on the PC version of it as well, so that it actually does do it, but also have the sound effect from the Legend of Zelda games. Especially the old school one, where when you had full health, your sword would shoot.
Je vais t'égorger. Il se passe quelque chose. À la taverne, l'autre soir. Disparaît. Bon, une prochaine fois.
Code, you had your weekly visit and some food refill, found a sour bread with garlic and bacon toppings. We'll fill it with some mushroom, smoky sausage and a bit of cheese, probably later on. That sounds like a plan, Code. I'm not sure on sour bread, but then again, if it's with something else, it'll probably counteract the taste and stuff. Because sometimes I don't mind eating something that I don't like the taste of on its own, as long as there's some other taste from something else that counteracts it. But yeah, that definitely sounds delicious otherwise.
Les habitants de cette ville sont vraiment...
L'hôte, Louis XIV. Je serais surpris qu'il revienne.
Alright, so that's that story of Franciade. Code, this bread is whole wheat mix that has been fermented for a bit longer and fluffy. Oh, okay. Fluffy bread. Lizzie, last night you and your mother went to see a friend perform at a pizza place and then went to go see another performer at a local bar. Oh, that's very good. That's cool. I hope you both enjoyed it. And I also hope that the pizza was delicious as well.
Je crois que... Considère-toi comme un révolutionnaire, citoyen. Là-bas.
Je vais t'embrancher avec cette épée.
Hein? Mais qu'est-ce que... Bah, j'ai mieux à faire.
code, although you would have a few words with the baker about how long they keep it raising, which is kind of lacking, sadly. Oh no. Yeah, that's annoying too when things don't go like that. Like, go the way that you would prefer them to, I mean, as well. And it's like, are they doing their job properly? Nagasaki, everybody's speaking about food and you're already hungry. Yeah, I know what that can be like, that's for sure. Oh yeah. Lizzie, it was great, but you're definitely feeling the after effects of 2 drinks. Oh, I see, Lizzie, that's fair. Yeah. Well, I'm glad that you had a good time. Hopefully, you'll be able to feel 100% soon.
Bonne journée, Arnaud.
Code, and you've fasted for 36 hours, which is not a few hours, that's for sure. That's like a lot of time.
Où est le tenancier de cette boutique?
Le bijoutier, parti dans les catacombes. Il cherchait à ouvrir un tombeau. Ça fait des jours que personne ne l'a revu.
Merci. Je ne crois pas vous connaître.
Nagasaki, you have a weak mind for food? How don't blame you. Especially if it's really delicious food.
Qu'est-ce que c'est?
Qu'est-ce qui se passe?
Intrus! Tu ne partiras pas d'ici!
Ouais, tant pis. Le devoir m'attend.
Ah, agaçant, mais pas si grave. Inutile. Je ne l'aurai pas cette fois.
Tu crois que le commandant nous récompensera?
Je vais te déranger, je vais te vider les poches. Reviens ici, quoi! Battez-vous! Lâche!
Faire de loin, être ici.
Tu veux faire passer le temps avec moi? Tu veux que je prenne soin de toi, c'est ça?
Arrête un peu. Essaie de penser plutôt à la relique.
Ah, je croyais que tu ne voulais pas en parler.
Je parlerai de tout plutôt que de...
Très bien, je m'en vais.
Du calme. Pardonne-moi.
T'as raison. Mieux vaut ne pas en parler.
Intrus! Tu ne partiras pas d'ici!
Ça c'est bien. Vous allez pas vendre ma fille aînée? Et pour ça,
Lizzie, you tried a Aperol Spritz, though, which is lovely. You plan on finding a recipe to make yourself. Also, Crown Royal for the first time. Oh, cool. That's good when you come across a drink that you enjoy so much that you want to actually make it yourself as well in your own, place. That's really cool. Code, at this point, you think you could do 2 days fast, 2 eat as you do, and 2 day fast. I see, yeah, sort of like alternate between the two, you mean? Do a couple of days where you don't eat, and then a couple of days where you do. Jim, you're a food addict. You see food and you eat it. I would have to say that I'm the same as well. Although, if it's a food I don't like, other people can have it.
Je t'avais promis une promenade au bout d'une pique.
Indeed, Crooked. Om noms. Delicious. Welcome back as well. I hope you enjoyed the walk with Nalu. Code, so far you did like some hand-sized crabs, although it has to be properly cleaned. The last you had while on the long holiday abroad was sadly a bit off, and you have not eaten crabs since. Oh, just what you don't want when food is off, and it's like, ugh. Like, seriously. Nagasuki, you don't eat meat and fish. You're a vegetarian, but I assure you all, your health is good. And that's the main thing as well, Nagasuki, you know, as well. Like, there's a lot of things that aren't meat-based as well that I also like to as well. You did? That's great, Crooked. Glad to hear that, Senny. It's always good when a walk goes well. We're going to do this story now. Sugei's Legacy.
Le souhait de l'architecte de la basilique. Être enterré là où les moines marcheraient chaque jour sur son corps. Où est-il?
Code, your dream is to try a proper lobster, but the amount of butter and garlic needed with it is a stroke-inducing amount. It's like, I'll have some lobster with my butter, thank you.
Cette fois, vous êtes fini. Tu n'es pas de taille. C'est bon. Empêchez-le de filer. Tu vas goûter à ma justice, gredin. Je suis là. Tu vas te jeter dans les bras de la prochaine patrouille, chat-là. C'est mon cadavre et mon butin. Hey! Je vais te déguiser.
Étrange.
Je vais te percer le cœur de fille contre ton trésor.
N'espère pas t'enfuir.
Où est la pierre tombale? Quelqu'un l'a déplacée.
J'ai une famille. Tu peux toujours espérer me distancer.
Mais à quoi je dis?
Ah! Quel escargot! Tu ne pourras pas t'enfuir. Alors viens qu'on en finisse. Je vous couvre. Tu n'es pas de taille. Prépare-toi à rejoindre Satan, Vermine.
Tu as mal choisi ta cible, soldat.
Mon Dieu, j'aurais pas oublié qu'il me restait du travail.
Et ouvrez l'œil. Personne doit nous suivre.
Autant de manières.
Meilleur prix du marché, sont chez Roger.
Tu verras que le peuple donnera de la voix. Tu verras que le peuple donnera de la voix.
Comme un bon samaritain. Allons, allons, ici tout est bon.
Tout allait bien quand tout d'un coup, elle disparaît.
Belle demoiselle.
Quoi? Quoi? Hey!
Bonjour, citoyen.
Tout allait bien quand tout d'un coup, elle disparaît avec le premier venu.
Vous, les partisans de la mondialisation, cherchez à tuer la révolution.
Combien vous avez l'oreille de l'abbé?
La deuxième partie du testament de l'abbé. Il reste de nombreux mystères à éclaircir.
Gardez vos forces, ils s'épuisent. Bien, au suivant.
Eh bien, quoi
Enchanté de
encore?
votre visite, monsieur.
Ozjim, divers working for a salvage company, found a Roman soldier complete with armor, sword, and shield mummified at the bottom of the Dead Sea. I think I might have heard of that happening, but just imagine being able to discover something that hasn't been discovered, you know, instead of just going to a location where someone's already discovered something and just going there for yourself to see it, but literally being the first one ever since however long it's been that whatever it is was there, that you're the first person to come across it since then. Code, your parents, their last abroad holiday was a dream. Their agency overbooked and sent them to a new hotel and all included. As testers, they had a proper lobster there a few times as they spent their time, among other things, saved probably 4-digit sums. You would say you were very happy they got their dream holiday by accident. I'll say, like, it's great when things are planned to go well, and they do. But it's also great for things to go well when you're not even planning for them to go that way. Be right back. Alrighty then, I'm back. Hey Anmita, welcome back to you. Code, the kicker is, you're supposed to be with them, but you had exams, etc. at the time, and if you had been with them, it would have not happened. That's crazy to think sometimes too, as well. Like, one component is either there or not there, and that's the deciding factor sometimes, as well. Jim, you're planning on going to Cairns, then Darwin, but not now. You have to save the money. Absolutely, yeah. Like, that's such a shame that you had it all planned out, and that's what you wanted to do, and then your vehicle was like, about that. Thanks for the welcome back in, Mita. Thank you very much. Code Plus, they have a kicker story from the trip. A very, let's say, obnoxious family pair was originally booked with them, but as the overbook took over on the home flight, the said pairs were really, really quiet somehow. Those moments when no one would like to be a fly on the wall. I guess that's something that they could definitely, you know, mark off as a very memorable part of the trip. And Mita, thank you so much for being so generous. Thank you for the 200 bits. That's muchly appreciated, dude. Thank you so, so much for that. At the moment, I can't do any more stories of Franciade. I've done these two. More so I wanted to do that because the co-op mission actually had French language dialogue, whereas the other one was just a heist and didn't. So because we can't do any more stories of Franciade at the moment, it means I need to jump back into the main story of the DLC. So just to recap, Sequence 13, Memory 1. In return for passage out of France, Arnaud agrees to help the Marquis de Sade retrieve a lost manuscript written by the Marquis de Condorcet. So we've done that. And now we have the book thief. Leon has de Sade's manuscript, but where is Leon? He was last seen behind the windmill. It's going to be interesting to see what the French actor for Leon is like. I've never actually done this content with the French language before.
Bonjour, c'est ici qu'habite Léon?
Il n'est pas là. Ça fait des jours qu'on ne l'a pas vu. Laissez-nous en paix.
A-t-il de nouveau été arrêté?
Pas à ma connaissance.
Beaucoup de gens aimeraient qu'on lui coupe les mains. C'est un sacré voleur, celui-là.
J'ai besoin de son aide.
Il s'est rendu au moulin hier. Je ne l'ai pas revu depuis. Dites-lui que Madame Margot vous envoie.
Merci.
Par pitié. Faites qu'il rentre à la maison.
Comment va, mon ami?
I like this build-up for the character of Leon. It makes you think that he's some rogue, kind of rebel, freedom fighter, you know, kind of adventurous, sneak thief, you know. But when you actually find out that he's actually just a kid, it's a bit of a little plot twisting. But he's definitely got the heart of someone who wants the best for France. And he's a counterpoint to Arnaud, because Arnaud is so affected by the tragedies of his loved ones that he's lost. His father, Elise's father, and Elise as well. And he's got a very cynical view of things, and he wants to basically escape from it all and go to Egypt and just basically turn his back on France. And he meets Leon, who is very sort of like wanting to be, and is inspired by the heroes of France, you know, and is one of the reasons why Arnaud sort of stops for a moment and realizes how he's sort of going down a very sort of like negative path. Not negative in the way of becoming a villain or anything like that, just negative in his outlook on stuff. So he kind of gets like a bit of a renewed hope.
Tout va bien, citoyen?
I'm not the first person to say this either, but it would have been cool to find out if later in life he actually became an assassin and was trained under Arno.
Bonjour.
Il y a un intrus dans les souterrains.
Léon.
Jim, wonder, he's French or French-Canadian? Yeah, I definitely can't tell the difference myself.
C'est à moi maintenant.
Hey! Ces babioles ne valent pas la peine de se battre! Dès qu'on trouvera cette porte, on sera riche comme Crésus! Allez, au travail!
It's funny, the actor for that character in the English language version is like, "Oi, it's not worth the blood." He has that kind of voice, whereas in the French language it sounds a lot more sort of like commanding and sinister in a little way.
Le capitaine Rose a fini par l'attraper.
Léon, il paraît qu'il a tué 2 de nos hommes.
Peut-être devrais-je demander au capitaine Rose de faire? Tu n'oseras pas. Et moi, je pense que je n'en suis pas capable.
Damien, mon vieil ami.
Le bracelet est dans ma tente, mais ça ne veut pas dire que tu avais raison. D'accord. Tu as gagné, j'ai perdu. J'ai besoin de repos.
Ah, un BD.
Allez, je te guillotinerai moi-même. Comme si tu avais le choix. Arrête d'empiner et remets-toi au travail. M'en doutais. Qu'est-ce que tu as inventé cette fois? Tu es un contre-révolutionnaire, voilà ce que tu es. On ne devrait pas déranger le repos des rois.
Ne me dis pas que toi aussi tu crois à ces ridicules histoires de fantômes.
J'en ai vu un en bas. C'est la nuit.
Ouais, je me demande combien de verres tu avais bu.
Qui es-tu?
Tu as déjà vu des nobles, Léon. Tu les as déjà entendus parler. Ces gens-là descendaient de Dieu. quand ils pissaient, c'était de l'or qui remplissait leur pot de chambre. Alors, Léon, des fontaines de rubis se sont déversées de leur cou pour arroser toute la France. Et maintenant, un homme issu du pire des bas-fonds peut gravir le sommet de l'Olympe.
Lâche-moi, crétin!
C'est ça que tu veux, petit homme? Gravir l'Olympe? Je sais qui tu es. Un ambitieux. Tout comme moi.
Rose?
Commandant Bonaparte?
Vous avez du nouveau?
J'ai ceci.
Trouvez la porte couvre cette clé, et je vous récompenserai au-delà de vos rêves les plus fous.
Qui protège cette porte?
Voilà donc notre petit importun.
Qui traitez-vous de petit? Je suis presque aussi
Et
grand.
toi? Tu dois apprendre à être plus diplomate, mon garçon. Rose, je vous laisse le ramener à la surface.
Bien sûr, commandant. Tu es là.
Quoi? Non! Lâchez-moi!
M'occupe-t'en!
Ce n'est qu'un enfant!
Et moi, je suis père de famille.
Le fantôme des rois!
Moi qui comptais sur l'effet de surprise.
Tu n'iras pas loin! Bien essayé, mais je vais t'attraper! Je vais te couper en...
Ne t'approche pas, monstre!
Je ne suis pas un fantôme. C'est Madame Margot qui m'envoie.
Madame Margot? Tu essaies de me brouiller l'esprit!
Un intrus! Un moment, citoyen! Là-bas! Épargnez-moi.
Waouh!
Tu doutes toujours?
Dépêche-toi, il faut se cacher!
Pas si vite. Je cherche un manuscrit. Il a été pris dans un tombeau sous la basilique.
Oui, je l'ai. Nous irons le chercher dans ma forteresse plus tard. Comment t'as appris tout ça? J'ai jamais vu personne se battre comme toi.
Tu vas me faire rougir.
Où t'es-tu entraîné?
À Paris.
Wow! Moi, je m'entraîne derrière la maison. Mais personne n'est en mesure de m'aider. Tous ceux qui se battent sont à Paris. Comme toi.
Et qu'en pense ta mère?
Madame Margot? C'est pas ma mère. Ma mère est une morisque. Elle a dû retourner en Espagne. C'est pour ça que j'ai fini à l'an. Il va d'abord falloir qu'on se trouve des armes.
Mon petit, laisse faire le spécialiste. Où as-tu trouvé ça?
Je l'ai volé à des pilleurs, hier. Et je l'ai caché ici.
C'est une belle arme.
Oui, je sais. Je sais ce que je fais.
C'est-à-dire?
Je sauve la France. Maintenant que tu es là, ça va être beaucoup plus facile.
Écoute.
Quoi?
Nous devons d'abord récupérer ce manuscrit. Parce que nous devons le protéger des ennemis de la France.
Oh, d'accord. Il faut qu'on remonte à la surface.
It's so funny. Has the guillotine gun hit it there, and he's like, "I know what I'm doing." Leon, the professional.
Tu es malin, mais ne te crois pas trop malin. Pas mal.
Tu vas
va t'embrocher avec cette épée.
Diable, qu'est-ce qui...
Une minute.
Arrête! Un autre intrus! Prépare-toi à mourir! Maintenant je te tiens! Mon épée réclame ton âme! J'arrête de me briser les genoux!
Jim throws a rock and then splat dead. That teaches him for throwing a rock. That's one of the things that's so annoying in this game. Sorry, in this DLC, I should say, because in the base game they don't do it, but in this DLC, throwing rocks at you, it gets so annoying when you're in the middle of a fight and you're just about to do a finishing move on another enemy and then another one just throws a rock at you and interrupts. It's like, oh, come on. I mean, there is something that you can equip. I can't remember exactly what it is now, but there's something that you can equip in terms of your gear that when you actually get a rock thrown at you, it doesn't do anything. So there is a way to make sure that it doesn't affect. Here we go. The coat of Franciade. Stones thrown by raiders in Franciade have no impact. Admit you started this DLC when you were low level by mistake and you couldn't travel back to Paris until the sequence was done. That is one of the most annoying things about this DLC content, is you can't just back out of it straight away. You have to do that first memory, and then once you do that, it'll give you the ability to fast travel back to Paris. But yeah, it's just ridiculous how they did it. And the thing is, like, if you go to the map and you look at the Cafe Theatre icon, when it's zoomed out, the Cafe Theatre icon looks like it's right next to the icon to fast travel to this DLC. So absentmindedly, you could accidentally select the icon for the DLC and just press the buttons to do a fast travel because you're just expecting it to be the fast travel point, but you accidentally go into it. I've done that a couple of times in the past. Exactly, Schiller, yeah. I mean, have you really ever played this game properly unless you've accidentally fast-traveled to this DLC? It's funny, though, you would think it would throw up a message as a warning, whereas if you go to the carriage in the game world that activates the DLC as well, it at least throws a message on the screen to let you know that you're accessing it.
Wow, t'es plus fort que les héros des histoires.
Parce que ces histoires n'ont rien de vrai.
So the voice actor for Leon is the same as the Paris story in the main game, the Paris story called The Little Prince. In the French language version, the voice of the character is a child's voice, whereas in the English language version of the main game, that character in that Paris story is just like, you know, sounds like someone in their 20s. But yeah, the French language actor for that character in that Paris story in the main game actually voices Leon here as well. And Mita, you're in sequence 6, you think, and you finished sequence 13. That's so true. It's so funny, you know. Like, when it's happened to me more than once in the past, I've just speed ran through it, because it's happened to me on stream in the past one time, accidentally fast traveled to it. So I just skipped the cutscene and then went as fast as I could through the first memory.
La sortie est par là, je crois.
Personne d'important ne s'intéresse à nos activités?
La rumeur court que le marquis de Sade aurait cherché à en savoir davantage.
Qui est les rumeurs? Il est ruiné, privé de sa liberté.
Pourquoi faites-vous appel à quelqu'un comme Rose pour trouver le temple? Il n'a que faire de nos dessins. À votre place, je ne m'abaisserai pas avec quelqu'un comme...
les rats.
De la nourriture, bien sûr.
Vous songez à leur intérêt personnel. Mais vous vous trompez. Et voilà qu'ils sont morts. Je connais l'animal humain. Ce qu'il craint, ce qu'il aime. Rose est-il mauvais? Assurément. Mais moi, Napoléon Bonaparte, je peux le contrôler et le mettre au service de la France. Les gens s'empresseront de renoncer à leur liberté s'ils entretiennent l'espoir de se hisser au sommet. L'artefact que renferme le temple leur donnera cet espoir illusoire. Et je nous conduirai vers la gloire.
On doit l'arrêter et sauver le peuple de France.
Les sauver ne ferait que retarder l'inéluctable.
Pourquoi dis-tu cela?
Tu veux vraiment sacrifier ta vie en vain, petit homme?
Si tu as peur, eh bien pas moi.
Arrête! Léon, reviens ici! Où es-tu?
Allez, finissons-en!
C'est pas normal.
Tu es trop lent. Arrête-toi. Ce singe essaie de s'échapper.
Bonjour, citoyen.
Fait pour nous, la France.
Pour les nuits qui viennent.
Science, l'ami. On a aussi ici.
Arnaud, comment te portes-tu?
Ça a toutes les bouches.
Donne-moi le manuscrit.
Pourquoi? Je croyais que tout cela ne servait à rien.
Je vais quitter le pays. Ce manuscrit est mon sauf-conduit.
Tu ne penses pas à l'avenir? Une France libre où chacun veillerait sur son voisin.
Grandis un peu, petit homme. Oublie la France. Pense plutôt à toi.
Qui est-ce qui a bien pu te rendre aussi égoïste?
Tu ne peux pas les sauver. Ils ne reviendront pas.
Tu ne vaux vraiment pas mieux qu'eux.
All right. Outposts have been unlocked. I don't think there's any dialogue in those areas, but I will test one of them just to see if there is. What I might do for this DLC is I think I might just stick with the guillotine gun. Normally, once I do this memory, I go back to whatever weapon I had at the time. But let's get a better one than what the game has given me. Need to get every artifact in Franciade for this one, which I'm not going to worry about. So we'll just get this next one down from it.
Pourquoi tant d'agitation?
Les femmes ne pensent pas. Ils l'ont bastonné sans le moindre motif. Ils lui ont fracassé le crâne. On sait, les gens ne disent rien encore. Il se murmure que certains groupes envisagent de déchaîner la violence dans toutes les villes.
Hey! Mais c'était...
Bonne journée, Arnaud.
Salutations,
Bonjour, mon
citoyen.
ami. Qu'est-ce que c'était?
Hey! Mais c'était...
Qu'est-ce que c'était?
Ce n'est pas normal.
Mort au modéré!
Inutile, je t'aurai.
Pas ça.
Alright, so there's no dialogue with these, so I'm not going to bother with those. Okay, so it's not treated like a regular memory, so I can't just exit out of it. If I go away far enough from the location, I think it might deactivate it. These outposts are only if you want to get 100%, because I'm not worried about that. And there's no dialogue anyway from doing those. We'll leave them. Jim, isn't Arno and Napoleon friends in the DLC? It's kind of weird because there's a co-op mission in the base game involving Napoleon that takes place after the Dead King's DLC. And there's no indication that there's any animosity between Arno and Napoleon. But I think Arno is just wanting to not widen the scope of who actually knows what he's doing in Franciade. So I think he's just basically hiding from Napoleon just to make sure that the scope of who knows what's going on or what he's doing is minimal. But see, the thing is, Rose, the guy that is employed by Napoleon isn't fully aware of everything that Rose has been doing, but he is aware enough to know that he's someone that is not 100% to be trusted. But Napoleon is so egotistical that he believes that it doesn't matter that he can control Rose and turn him to what is best for France, despite Rose's flaws in being sort of like someone to trust and all that kind of thing. Because he doesn't want Leon to be killed, he tells him to return Leon to the surface. But once Napoleon's out of earshot, he then commands to kill Leon instead. Okay, so it looks like the only way to get out of this is to do a thing called fast traveling and then desynchronizing, maybe. Or I'll just have to initiate something else which will cancel that out. Yep, so the only way to get out of it is to initiate something else, which works out well because we now have some more stories of Franciade to be able to do.
Pourquoi toute cette fébrilité?
Oh, comment te portes-tu?
La semaine dernière, il a fait un mélange d'une part de farine avec une part de citron.
Chaud au toucher. Ce livre a une reliure en peau humaine. Je dois trouver le tanneur avant qu'il ne fasse d'autres victimes.
In the main game, one of the Paris stories deals with this tanner and this tailor and this dude, Saint Just. And Saint Just wanted a specific leather cloak, I guess it is, or coat. Yeah, coat. Leather coat. But he wanted it made out of human skin. So this story of Franciade we're doing right now is related to that.
Qu'est-ce qui peut le pousser à...
Quel est le butin en bas? T'as trouvé quelque chose?
Tout a déjà été pris. L'âge d'or est révolu.
C'est bien vrai. Mais on raconte que ce n'est pas l'or que tu recherches.
Je ne comprends pas. Excuse-moi, un homme nous suit depuis la taverne. Tu peux m'aider?
Trop tard pour celui-là.
Je vais t'écorcher vif.
C'est prêt, viens!
Tu vas finir en reliure.
Il a besoin d'aide!
Je vais te réduire en bouillie.
He got his hide tanned. Okay, so two more in the Stories of Franciade category, but these are considered murder mysteries.
Trop lent! Attendez une ouverture! Bonjour. Tu es type.
Anti-contre-révolutionnaire.
Libérer les bons prisonniers.
Alors... Qu'est-ce que... Ce n'est pas à toi. Que quelqu'un m'arrête. Laissez-moi.
Changez d'air.
Salutations, citoyen. Conscience, crois-moi. Qu'est-ce que c'est?
Que devrais-je faire? Attendre Transi qu'il revienne?
J'espère qu'il ne va pas voir ma femme.
Like I did in the main game, I'm only going to worry about the witnesses. I'm not going to worry about reading the other evidence. And when it comes to who the culprit is, on purpose, I'm going to accuse the wrong people to get the dialogue from doing so.
Vous avez vu ce qui s'est passé?
Un artiste a appelé au secours et le corps était là.
Quelqu'un pourrait m'en dire plus?
J'ai vu un troisième homme. Il a dit que les gendarmes voudraient lui parler et il s'est enfui. Où? Il travaille à la boulangerie de la rue voisine. Allez voir là-bas.
Le mariage? Mais ce n'est pas pour moi.
Tout ça me rend nerveux. Mieux vaut partir. Moi? Je ne ferai pas de mal à une mouche. J'ai dû quitter mon travail à la boucherie.
Boucherie.
Je vous en prie.
Mais il est fou.
Oh well. If the clue's not another witness, then I won't worry about it.
Qu'est-ce qui s'est passé dans la rue?
Un client de moins. C'est regrettable.
Avez-vous vu le meurtrier?
Non.
Citoyen.
Je ne pensais qu'à mon spectacle.
Le fruit des fleurs. Ma vaillance vaut bien 5 chevaux.
Votre Altesse, il doit se prendre pour un bélier.
C'est que l'heure tourne. Je ne vais plus avoir beaucoup de temps. Laisse-moi encore voir.
Non, je t'ai dit. Arrête.
Et combien demandes-tu pour seulement un butiner tes lèvres?
Mes lèvres, personne ne les butine.
Où en étions-nous?
Votre ami m'a dit que je vous trouverais ici. Vous avez assisté au meurtre?
Absolument. L'homme du cirque, l'artiste. Mon ami est parti, hein?
Il était près du corps.
Alors il est en danger? Vite, allez l'arrêter! J'ai vu cet artiste tuer ce pauvre homme. Qu'attendez-vous de moi?
Oh yeah, cool man. That's no worries at all. I hope that you enjoy your dinner. Thank you so much for the lurking.
Se pourrait-il que... Non. Il doit faire partie d'une troupe.
Évidemment, évidemment. Rappelle-moi, tu m'avais parlé de...
C'est Vinci. Et pas un mois.
Le prix des fleurs à flamber.
C'est clair?
Et des sentiers se trouverait volontiers. Celui-ci est une pièce unique, monsieur.
Nouvelles ordonnances placardées partout en ville. Alors Arnaud, tout va bien?
Jeune homme?
Oh, come on, game. How many different sections do I have to go past the same general direction with the eagle vision for it to fucking pop up where this guy is? Like, seriously. Should have fucking popped up on the screen by now. Oh, there he is over there.
La mort! Et assez qu'on me regarde! Regardez pas!
Pitié, je n'ai rien fait de
Que
mal.
le spectacle commence!
C'était un beau spectacle, n'est-ce pas? Le dernier que tu verras jamais.
Bon débarras!
Paix à ton âme.
One false accusation. I thought I falsely accused two characters there. Alright. The irony of a street performer murdering someone because he was being looked at while performing on the street as a street performer.
Qu'ont-ils fait cette fois maintenant?
That'd be like becoming a plumber and then getting upset that people were actually expecting you to do plumbing work when they called you in for a job at their place. Don't hire me for plumbing! But you're a plumber. Don't hire me for it. One more murder mystery.
Tu connaissais la victime?
C'était une amie. Nous allions rejoindre l'armée révolutionnaire. Mais je l'ai trouvée.
Il y avait quelqu'un d'autre?
Quelqu'un s'est enfui à mon arrivée. Il portait un uniforme de soldat, j'en suis certain.
Je ne comprends pas. Qui a pu lui faire ça? C'était mon ami. Laissez-moi la pleurer en paix.
Tout est bon pour cette aroma.
Ce genre de choses aussi. Ils se donnent, ils n'ont Dieu que pour leurs propres intérêts, se diverger. Moi, je n'ai jamais été très fort en tête.
Sauvage en liberté. Qui se... Oui, c'est vrai. Je le prends par le collet.
Vous étiez en ville hier soir?
Certainement pas. J'ai écouté un musicien de talent toute la nuit.
Une fois que certains ont goûté à la violence, il ne leur faut même plus de raison pour s'y adonner.
Tuer une femme? Au moins, ce n'est pas arrivé sur le champ de bataille. L'honneur des soldats est sauf.
Sauvage en liberté. Qui se préoccupe de nous?
Jeune homme, j'ai connu la guerre. J'ai combattu pour la République. Comment osez-vous m'accuser de meurtre?
Hehe. So we've accused him on purpose, even though he wasn't the murderer, to get his dialogue.
T'as raison, et le bon Dieu me le donne.
Comment vas-tu, mon ami?
Le service est très en avance sur son terrain. Tu pars maintenant, tu ne seras point payé. Y a-tu pensé?
Hey,
Allons, ici tout est bon.
Oh! Je parie qu'il va se rompre le cou.
Citoyen, halte!
Serait-ce une espèce de jeu?
Tu étais en ville hier soir?
Pourquoi?
On y a trouvé le cadavre d'un soldat. Tu ressembles au tueur.
C'est pas moi. Je n'ai pas quitté la taverne. Et pourquoi irais-je tuer un soldat? Je veux m'engager dans l'armée.
Je m'en remettrai, mamie. Dirige la France. Mais c'est de...
Alright, so the musician is the culprit, but I want to go to this location that we haven't been to yet, just in case there's any characters there to speak to, so I can falsely accuse them on purpose, and then go back to the musician. But if there's only evidence to read, I won't worry about interacting with that, and I'll just go back to the musician. Because in this DLC there's no police station where you can basically, you know, get teleported to once the murder mystery is solved. They ended up coming up with this thing where it's just basically like, you may as well kill the murderer yourself. Like, their penalty is death, pretty much. Hang on, didn't I? No, completely went past where the thing was that I had marked. Yeah, so it's just evidence to look at. Alright, time to go and accuse the murderer of murdering the murdered victim that they murdered. This will be his last musical performance. The last strings of his life being plucked.
Qui peut avoir envie de frapper une femme? Ça ne rime à rien de s'en prendre à une femme. C'est un monde d'hommes. Ces libertines révolutionnaires n'y ont pas leur place.
Je pensais que vous verriez les choses comme moi, mais vous êtes pire qu'une femme.
Vous n'auriez pas dû bafouer la loi. On va passer un bon moment.
On va l'avoir. Continuez.
Il ne connaît que la violence. Comme il est triste. Abattez-le! Alors, vous allez m'échapper?
That was a glitch that can happen, where he takes 1,000 hits to die. Okay, so I'm not worried about doing outposts. There's no dialogue related to that. I've done the story as Franciade, and we've done the co-op mission that had dialogue. And I did the heist one, but that had no dialogue in it. And the Enigma riddles in this, I won't be worried about them because I don't think there's any dialogue with those. So in that case, it's just pretty much finish out the story. So most recently, what happened, we met Leon, who has Desaad's manuscript, and Leon was captured, and we rescued him and brought him back to the orphanage where he's been looked after. And so now, a shadow from the past, Elise has appeared at the Franciade Tavern. Poor Arno's PTSD over losing Elise makes him think he actually sees her again.
Bonsoir.
On est fermé. Quelqu'un te cherchait.
Qui? Le marquis?
Élise? Élise! Attends! Élise! Arrête!
Par ici, messire. Que du premier soir. Voyons, jeune homme.
Encore un disciple du cabinet.
C'est la monsieur qui nous a fait.
Ce sac à vin va perdre mon temps. Il est resté
Qui es-tu? Je n'ai volé que quelques sous. Prends-les.
Je vous cherchais, monsieur. Merci d'avoir amené Léon sain et sauf.
Bonne chance avec lui.
J'ai eu un fils jadis.
Je suis navré.
Non, il est vivant. Je l'ai abandonné. J'ai ouvert l'orphelinat après.
Une belle preuve d'amour.
Parfois, l'amour est une prison, je l'ai appris à mes dépens. Ma vraie vocation, c'est cet orphelinat. Léon m'a dit que vous auriez pu sauver la France. Les enfants.
Madame Margot.
Il est derrière l'orphelinat.
Demande à mon ami.
J'imagine que c'est dangereux. La révolution. La révolution sera le crime.
Un bon scénario.
Hey, Arnaud, comment vas-tu?
Comportez-vous comme un gentilhomme, au moins.
Tu n'es pas autorisé à passer ici.
Commencez à m'ennuyer. Occupe de nous. Dire des souterrains.
Cela ne cesserait-il donc?
Petit homme. Je dois quitter la région dans 3 jours.
Et alors?
Avant de partir, je vais voler cet artefact.
D'accord. Mais comment? Tu as une carte ou un plan pour trouver le temple?
La liste des reliques. La peinture dans la grotte. Je savais que j'avais déjà vu ces assiettes. Elles sont dessinées ici. Mais il manque celle-là. Hé, je suis sérieux.
Oh, moi aussi. Retrouve-moi en haut quand tu auras trouvé les 2 autres.
Oui, monsieur. Les enfants.
Les enfants. It wasn't in me to know. It was someone that wore very similar clothing to her and actually had a similar hairstyle and color. But it was just someone that was pickpocketing and stealing from that tavern. This is DLC Story Biko. Yeah, this takes place after the main story is finished.
Comme un gentilhomme, au moins. Pourquoi ce revirement soudain?
Il n'y a rien pour toi ici, citoyen.
Une précaution value une. Ils n'ont pas
Eh, si vous êtes un sac.
Tout va bien?
Hé! De quoi t'as peur? J'ai déjà tué une centaine de crétins dans ton genre.
Reviens ici, voleur! Mon voleur! Arrêtez-le!
It's like facing the direction of the haystack, pressing the buttons that jumps into the haystack. Arno doesn't do a dive into the haystack. Because why? Why would he do that? In Me Too, you were watching someone play Mirage on the highest difficulty New Game Plus and no HUD. It didn't seem too hard. Yeah, doing that, and I wonder if they were to do permadeath mode as well. Nagasuki, that was a free leap of fail. That sure was. Yeah, that definitely does happen when I'm playing these games. Sometimes you'll get a free leap of fail, won't have to redeem it. Sheila, typical Unity parkour. This is true. When it works well. When it doesn't, it fucks up badly. And Me Too, you mean when you watch other people play, it doesn't seem hard. This is true. Yeah, sometimes watching a game makes you think it might be easier or harder, depending. But sometimes when you actually play it yourself, it's like, this isn't as easy or as hard as it looked. But then there's also other things to consider, like RNG, where not everything goes the same way every single time to be predictable enough to know that there's a guarantee that it'll be the same every time, and that knowing how to counteract that means you'll always succeed. You don't necessarily know that by watching someone play, unless you see them do multiple attempts, of course, and then you notice that the enemies randomize where they spawn, or they randomize what they actually do. So you might watch someone play through something once and be like, that's easy. The enemies would hardly do anything. But then when you get to it and you play it, you might get the RNG in that particular point where the game decides to do other things. Plus, there's also things that when you look at them in a game, you can't really tell how it feels to be controlling the character doing certain things, or trying to do certain things. Oh, this is that freaking... I can't believe that it's still active. This is where the outpost was that I started, and then to get out of it, I had to activate something else.
Comment te portes-tu, Arnaud? Halt! J'ai à te parler.
Il y a eu un bruit, non?
Ils n'oseront jamais.
Hé, mec! Je vais te tuer, vermine! Je vais te rattraper! Reviens, t'as perdu tes baloches!
On va la voir. Continuez.
Nagasuki, so true. You were watching DayZ stream, and then when you actually tried the game, you died so many times. The game was like, you've seen one side of me, but you haven't seen these other sides. Yeah, me too. You're thinking of getting all the achievements in Witcher 2, but you saw that you had to finish the game on the highest difficulty, and you saw that very few people had gotten that achievement. You were like, thanks, I'm good. It was marked as legendary achievement. It didn't even have a percentage. I played through The Witcher 1, 2, and then 3. And Witcher 1 quest structure indications as to whether or not you're on the right path, all that kind of stuff, very poorly done. It was so annoying as well that you had to literally not only just go over to an enemy, but you had to make sure that the icon was over the enemy the whole time so as to be able to click and make the enemy get hit and still keep track of them without them moving. Because if you slightly move the mouse off of the enemy and press the button, Geralt wouldn't actually use his weapon. And I actually I don't know if you would call it soft locking, but I basically messed up. There were these items that were a set that at the start of a chapter, one of those items is inside of an enemy. If you don't pick up that item for whatever reason, it doesn't stay in the game environment and the dead body disappear. It literally disappears completely from the game. And I didn't realize this until I got to the end of the chapter where I had one item missing, and it was the item that it had to be that one item, that was left. And I was like, ugh. So I had to restart the chapter. But instead of restarting the chapter, I decided to take a break from the game because I'd already streamed it for quite a few days worth and got up to that point. And then I was like, no, I'm not in the mood. So I waited a bit, and then I went back to the game. I started the game again from scratch, but I actually used a guide this time around. But yeah, the first game, the story of it, the music, the characters, the writing, all that is really, really good. But yeah. And then Witcher 2 was an improvement, but then it had its own issues and own problems that got annoying. In games when you're looting an enemy or you're looting a treasure chest and the game will let you know what's actually inside it so you can determine whether or not you want to actually pick something up, because there might be something that you either don't want or there's things that you do want and you want to make sure that you're not going over your inventory limit. But Witcher 2 doesn't let you know this information. It's basically just loot and best of luck. You might end up not being over encumbered, or you might. And it might happen during a fight because the button to loot is the same button as one of the attack buttons. And so you could be in the middle of a fight, absent-mindedly just trying to hit the enemy, and then loot, and then all of a sudden Geralt is walking like a snail because he's over encumbered because you couldn't see what was in the chest or what was in the dead body that you had accidentally looted. So it was like, you almost had a great game. But again, like Witcher 1, the story and music and all that kind of stuff was really well done. It's a bit like the Goldilocks story, in the sense that you got two things that were, bad and bad, but then you have the third game, which is just right, and they actually got the formula down pat, and Witcher 3 is, like, if you've only played Witcher 3 and you never played the first two, it's luxury by the time you get to Witcher 3 after playing the first two. And me too, yeah, Witcher 1 mechanics are terrible. They really are. Like, I'm sure though, if you get used to it and you delve deep into it and you practice and you research and all that kind of stuff, maybe, but I didn't have that kind of time. And the other thing that I found with Witcher 1 was that normally, right, in a game, if you know that there's main quests and side quests, usually the side quests aren't needed for main story progression. Not in the Witcher 1's case. There's side quests that are actually needed in order to progress through the main story, and if you fuck up, you have to try and figure out an alternate way of getting the thing done. And it's just hours upon hours upon hours upon hours of trying to figure out where you went wrong or an alternate way of doing things, and it just becomes tedious and it just becomes a chore. And when games get like that, it's very hard to stick with it, you know, and keep at it. You might be able to complete Witcher 2 on the highest difficulty, but you're worried about the Kraken. Even on normal, you're raged with that. Oh, see, I can't remember that. I do remember having problems with the dragon, though. I found that to be a very annoying fight. In Meta, that's true, and also the fact that you can't go back if you miss something unless you reload a save. That's it. And in the case of Witcher 1 for me, in that example where I had an item that was at the start of a chapter, and I didn't realize until the end of it that it was an item that was needed as part of the set, I didn't have any saves that were actually around that part. And even if I did, it was hours and hours and hours worth of game that I would have had to redo. In Meta, it's the first boss fight in Flotsam, that giant octopus thing. Oh, that fight! Oh, yes. Now I remember the Kraken in that game. Yeah, that was a pain, that fight. The thing was, as much as I had frustrations with Witcher 1 and 2, by the time I got to Witcher 3, because Witcher 3 also has characters returning from the first two, I was definitely happy that I pushed through those first two games to get to know those characters in those games, so that when I saw them in the third game, it was like seeing an old friend after a long time. You know, it was like, oh, really cool to see them. And then you get characters that I remember, like Letho. I remember hating him in Witcher 2. But ultimately, at the end of Witcher 2, because I hated all the kings in that friggin' in those games. I think they were all assholes. So it gets to a point where it's like Letho was right to try and kill these kings. And then by the third game, it was like, oh, cool, Letho's in it. But the thing was, too, I played Witcher 1, the PC version, and the only version of Witcher 2 I had access to at the time was the Xbox 360 version, so I couldn't transfer my save from the first game into the second. And when it came to the third game, it was the Xbox One version, so I couldn't transfer my save from Witcher 2 into Witcher 3. So I kind of had to try and make things match up. Since we did those, it means these other ones are actually unlocked. But I'm not going to worry about these because I'm pretty sure there's no dialogue related to those. So we'll just continue with the story. And we're about halfway there now. Raising the Dead. Following the hidden map on the plates, Arno searches for the entrance to the artifact sanctuary. In Meta, yeah, in your case you played them a bit backwards because when you played 3 you didn't even know what it was about. Oh, cool. Yeah, there's some things that, like, you might think playing them out of order or in reverse order might be a bad thing, but I had something similar happen with Resident Evil. I had a demo of Resident Evil 2, but beyond the demo of that, my first actual full Resident Evil experience was Resident Evil 3. So I played Resident Evil 3 first, all the way through, and then I played 2, and then I played 1. But it still worked out where I enjoyed it, even though I knew what had happened in Resident Evil 1. I didn't know all the ins and outs of Resident Evil 1 at that time. So I was still able to really enjoy playing Resident Evil 1 for the first time. The original, that is. The remake hadn't yet come out at that point by the time I played Resident Evil 1 original. And Mita, yeah, Letho is the bad guy, really. I mean, he did bad things, but he also helped Geralt before. This is true. Yeah.
Léon?
En garde! Un chakram des Indes.
Tu fais un sacré bon voleur. J'ai récupéré les deux autres.
Alors, on fait quoi maintenant?
Je n'en sais rien, à toi de me le dire.
Un peu de lumière dans les ténèbres.
Va-t'en! On est occupé!
Attends. Regarde.
C'est un plan des grottes!
Je vais découvrir où ça mène. Toi, tu restes ici.
Mais... Ah, merde!
Léon!
On ne veut pas ici à l'heure des camps.
So we need to go back to the crypt.
Quoi?
A chakram. In Assassin's Creed Chronicles India, that's one of the tools that you can use. And Evie has them in the Jack the Ripper DLC for Syndicate, but she doesn't throw them though. She has them around her wrist and uses them as a melee weapon. The first time I knew of such a weapon was Xena, Warrior Princess. She actually had a chakram that she would throw around. It was more like a heat-seeking missile in how it actually worked. She could throw it and it would bounce off one person's head and then bounce off the wall and then bounce off someone else's head and knock them out and then go around a corner and knock someone else's head and...
Je vous avertis, les Indiens vont finir en charpie.
Où est-ce qu'il est? Bon, tant pis.
Je vais tirer ici vivant.
Laissez-moi la vie. Dégage ton épée.
Une minute.
Le ciel se passe quelque chose dans votre cœur.
Prépare-toi à mourir, intrus.
Je vous en conjure, citoyen. S'il vous plaît, monsieur.
Alors, tu es un expert en crochetage ou pas? Vas-y, choisis-en une.
Le commandant a dit d'attendre.
Quelqu'un d'autre a envie d'attendre?
Yeah, I'll wait. I'm good.
Non, pas tout l'or du monde. Ah, c'est ce que je pense. Que nous sommes tous deux des lâches? Oui, tu as raison.
Alright, so in this, there's no subtitles for the French-speaking characters here. In the English language version, I don't think there is either, but you can still hear what they're saying. Whereas I don't know what they're saying in French. And the thing about this playthrough is that having the English subtitles is good, because then I can actually hear what they're saying. And people who haven't actually played this before can hear what they're see what they're saying. But without the subtitles there, and only having the French language, technically it still falls under what I'm doing with this playthrough, but I definitely want to have the English subtitles there as well, in addition to hearing the actual language.
Reviens ici, lâche!
Hey Lucinda, good morning. Welcome on in. The Dead Kings DLC is coming along really good. The side content in it that I wanted to do that had dialogue, I've already finished all that. And we're halfway through it in the story. So after this memory's finished, there's only 2 left. How was the rest of your stream of Ghost of Tsushima? I saw that you finished it, and I won't talk about, spoilers in case there's still people who haven't played it, but I knew it was coming, what happens, and there's a lot of foreshadowing to it and stuff like that, and part of me was like, I hope it doesn't come to that, but ultimately it has to, the way that it went, the way that it went down in that story and stuff like that. And the next time I play it, I'm going to go the other route with the option that you get instead of the one that I took. But I don't really know what to say which one I took without spoiling it. So I don't know which one you took, but I think the best thing to say is I chose the let have honor option as opposed to the opposite. Lucinda, yeah, you were not prepared to do another hard fight. Your hand muscles were worn out by then. Oh no. That's the other thing too about playing combat games. Having to get into the combat, and then, you've got so many encounters and all that kind of stuff. Lucinda, yeah, Crooked was there and told you which choice that you made. You made the same choice? Oh, cool. Yeah. It just felt like, it just felt natural. Like, I don't know if that would be considered the canon ending, because we don't have a sequel yet, but it just felt right to do it that way. So yeah, when I play it next time, and I'm doing the 100% playthrough in the Japanese language and the Kurosawa mode, then I'll choose the other option as well. But when I get down to it, I might make a save and then, choose that option again to hear it in the Japanese language, and then reload the save and then choose the other.
Et voilà.
Come on, game. Put the prompt up.
so we can interact with the friggin' thing. Friggin' spamming the button. Listen, you explained that in most other games you would have made the other choice, but like you said, in this case it felt more right to you. That's definitely a good way to put it as well. And when you're in the moment as well, and depending on what happened early in the story and sort of remembering different little bits and stuff, because on a replay it might, you know, when you notice those things more, it might make you think that the other choice might be more, but you just never know until you get to it as well. But yeah, I'd be curious to see what percentage of players actually made that choice as opposed to the other, especially, you know, on their first playthrough.
Regarde! Je ne te laisserai pas me voler! Je t'ai retrouvé!
Là.
Le spectre du roi! Fuyez!
Le fantôme. Qu'est-ce que ça peut être? Il est fait de lumière comme le plan sur les patères.
It is a piece of Eden, Anu. This is the second one he's come into contact with. The first one was the Sword of Eden that Germain was using. Oh my fucking god. Come on, Anu. Where's your trampoline boots?
Il y a bien eu un passe quelque chose.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Regarde, pas toi. Il y a bien eu un bruit. Tiens.
Je vois.
Yeah, Lucinda, it's like, oh no, please, come on. Stop messing around.
Là, la serrure. Maintenant la clé dorée.
Je vais t'embaucher avec cette épée. Tu ne partiras pas d'ici. Je vous avertis, les intrus ne feront pas de
Mes oreilles ne m'ont jamais...
Alors, on fatigue. Je vais te couper non. Je vais te...
Il se passe quelque chose. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100, 101, 102, 103, 104, 105, 106, 107, 108, 109, 110, 111, 112, 113, 114, 115, 116, 117, 118
And Mita, thank you so very much for the 2 months in a row. Thank you very, very much. I really do appreciate that. Thank you for that. Hello, Zixla. I'm doing really good. Things are going well. How about yourself? You never played Unity. How is it compared to the rest of the series? Well, from Black Flag to this, it was very, very different. They changed up the combat, and it's a lot more challenging, and you've got enemies that, when they surround you, every enemy has a pistol that they can just pull out and shoot you in the middle of a fight, and the camera is zoomed in quite a bit, so you can't always see every enemy that's around you and when they're going to strike and stuff like that. So it can be a bit unforgiving, and the parkour, though, has a lot of elements to it that are really, really good, that they sort of dropped as the games went on, and didn't sort of like make changes and keep some of the other advanced stuff just in case, you know, people wanted to use it and stuff. But yeah, I like this game. It had a lot of glitches when it first came out. It still does. There's still glitches to it. It's not a perfect experience. And there's some really annoying glitches involving enemies during combat where they can get out of their combat stance while you're still stuck in yours, and then they get around you and start attacking you from a different direction. Meanwhile, the game doesn't let you straight away get out of your combat stance to basically, you know, change where you are in relation to the enemy to get an advantage on them. So that can happen sometimes. And Mita, no problem, totally deserve great content. Well, thank you so very much for the kind words as well, Amita. I'm glad that you enjoy and that you have a great time as well. Under lock and key. On a tip from Leon, Arno heads to the marketplace to find the golden key and steal it.
Bonjour.
Qu'est-ce que tu faisais?
Rien. Tu as trouvé la serrure?
Oui, mais il me manque la clé.
Tu te souviens du soldat qui portait le coffre du petit commandant? Je viens de le voir au marché.
Merci. Et je t'ai dit de rester ici, tu te souviens?
Oui, monsieur.
Zixla, so this one is actually newer than Black Flag. The game seems smooth, but the graphics seems a bit off. Might be due to the dark setting, you guess. But having harder combat wouldn't really be a problem. Some fights seem so unreal, like Edward taking down 20 men on a man of war alone. That's true, and there were still some things left over from Assassin's Creed Brotherhood, which introduced the ability to do chain kills and stuff like that as well, which Black Flag had, of course, and this game sort of did away with. Nagasuki, so what did you miss? You were prepping some crepes, now they need to rest for an hour. So I've done 4 memory sequences in this DLC. There's actually 6, so we're on the second last one, and I've done all the side content I want to do for the French language playthrough. So yeah, only 2 more memories left and we're finished. It'll be another playthrough down for the books.
Le voilà. Maintenant, conduis-moi à la clé dorée.
S'il se passe quoi que ce soit d'anormal, prévenez-moi.
Oui, chef.
Ils sont toutes comme ça.
Tu ne peux rien. Ma foi, je crois que vous feriez mieux de repartir.
Bien, si tu en as le courage.
Inmates of the banks here are a pain though. They always ask you many times if you're sure to subscribe before the payment goes through. They're like, are you sure that whatever you're doing is right? Have you thought about it? Have you looked at all the avenues? Hello, Shaky. How's things going today? Oh, nice, Biko. That's cool. I hope that you and the puppy have a great walk. That sounds like a good idea.
C'était quoi ce bruit?
Ah, Arnaud.
Je n'ai pas rêvé cette fois.
Qu'avez-vous trouvé cette fois-ci?
De l'argent. Assez pour remplir un coffre.
Donne-le-moi.
Le commandant ne se doute toujours de rien.
Il passe son temps à Paris. La somme habituelle, plus une prime.
Parfait. C'est toujours un plaisir de traiter avec vous.
Reviens ici! Je ne t'ai pas encore cassé la tête!
Là, tu as enfreint la loi.
Petite promenade me faut.
Garde! Je vais te faire arrêter!
Tu ne vas rien faire. Dis-moi où se trouve le coffre contenant la clé dorée, où je dis à tout le monde que tu es un voleur.
Cela n'a jamais fait de tort à personne.
Comme un rat qui grignote une pomme?
Comment le sais-tu?
Le commandant trouvera sans doute la comparaison instructive.
Le coffre est sous bonne garde dans les grottes. Tiens.
Merci. Maintenant disparais.
Ah! Finalement, la tannerie, ce n'était pas si mal. Je parie qu'il va se rompre le cou. Vous n'êtes que...
Je ne sais pas de quoi il s'agit, donc ma présence n'est pas
And Mita, to you, Lucinda, you had an experience once time where you got automated text asking if you authorized something, but you didn't, so you clicked no, and they authorized it anyway? Like, nice checks and balances, bank. Jeez. I wonder if they do that for all their customers, provide that great service. At our bank, if someone unauthorized actually tries to use your account, we'll just let them. Even when you confirm it wasn't you.
Tu n'as rien à faire ici, abruti.
Yeah, in Mita, tailing missions. In this game, though, while they do actually punish you if you stay behind and don't catch up after a while, there's some where you can actually just kill the target and not have to actually tail them, and you'll loot them, and then basically you'll get the information anyway. In Mita, to you it happened the opposite. They didn't authorize it, even though when they called you, you told them that it was you, and they said, okay, we will do it. They never authorized it? Oh, geez, like... It must be their first day operating as a bank.
Je vais te percer le cœur et prendre ton trésor.
Peut-être.
Où est-ce qu'il est? Bon, disparu. Bon, une prochaine fois.
In Mita, you're trying to buy a game on Ubisoft Store, actually, and they apparently didn't like Ubisoft. They were like, we can't have our customers using their account and buying things from Ubisoft.
Dégaine ton épée.
Très curieux.
Allez, finissez le cœur.
Qu'est-ce qu'on attend? Bonjour, François.
J'en ai assez. Calme-toi. Qu'est-ce que je suis censé dire à Rose? Nous n'avons pas trouvé le temple. Il va être dans une fureur noire.
Tu lui ferais aller au bordel.
Tu m'accuses de dire. J'avais juste besoin de réfléchir.
Le bordel est l'endroit idéal. Je suis sûr que tu as beaucoup réfléchi.
Je ne peux pas lui dire. Je refuse. C'est un ordre.
Je ne suis pas sous les ordres.
Je vais te...
Je préfère ça. T'as bien fait de prendre le temps de réfléchir.
Tu te laisses, Léon. Et après, où est-il passé? Et Rose va le tuer. Tout est de ta faute. Correct. Qu'est-ce qui s'est passé? Tu as décidé de le laisser partir?
C'est que tu le crois. J'aimerais bien devoir essayer de le retenir.
Je ne vois pas l'intérêt de mourir ici et maintenant.
How's that? 30,000 livres in that chest alone. Thank you so much for the follow, Zaya. Thank you. The enemy didn't meet her, yeah. Yeah, the enemy just disappeared. Just vanished. You didn't like the lockpicking in this game. I don't blame you. It can be pretty tough. And especially when you are trying to get through an area as well. And you're like, oh great, I don't have enough skills yet to actually unlock the next level of lockpicking. Or you might not have even unlocked it at all, and you've already spent points on other stuff.
L'un de nous deux va mourir. L'un de nous deux va mourir.
Reviens ici! Il faut partir d'ici au plus vite!
Ne m'envoyez pas au ciel.
Quelle ton épée!
Mes oreilles ne bougent jamais.
Bernard.
Salut, Stéphane.
Alright, so there's no dialogue.
Ma lame a soif de sang.
Elle sortira pas d'ici vivant. Viens donc. Quelqu'un t'attend.
Je vais l'en dégorger.
Cette épée, elle n'est pas d'ici.
Oh, pas comme ça. Ayez pitié. Je vous en prie. Moi servirai. Laissez-moi partir. J'ai une famille pas ici. Laissez-moi la vie. Sinon... Épargnez-moi. Le ciel vous le rendra.
frénétique.
Regarde,
Qu'est-ce qui se
où
passe?
est-ce que tu vas?
N'espère
Arrête!
pas t'enfuir.
Ça ne me dit rien qui vaille.
C'est inutile.
Il ne perd rien pour attendre, celui-là.
Chien, il a disparu.
Ta fin! Approche!
Quoi?
Traître! Tu vas mourir! Arrête ça!
Tant de garde pour une simple clé. Que peut donc cacher cette porte?
Because I did like a 11.5 hour stream yesterday that finished 4:30 this morning for me, and it's 9 p.m. at night. After I finish this DLC, I won't be streaming something different, and I won't be starting my Tomb Raider marathon until Monday. So the next stream that will happen after this one's finished will be Evil Within, my Friday stream. Plus, it'll give me an opportunity to work more on getting some things ready for that Tomb Raider marathon, like sorting out my About Me pictures and all that kind of stuff. And YouTube thumbnails and stuff.
Regarde, t'iras pas d'ici vivant!
Oh my god. Almost did a breakfall. I thought I'd be lucky and get the timing right and have him grab at the last second. They don't make it as easy to do as it was in the earlier games, but it is possible. Thank you, Nagatsuki. Yeah. That's the thing. Like, I've done long streams before, but having something shorter to do today for this playthrough is definitely good. Sometimes you just don't really know how things are going to time out either. Because with this playthrough, stopping and listening for dialogue and like that Latouche assassination, I probably listened for about 15 minutes for each different bit of dialogue as each person gets brought up to the guillotine to hear what he had to say. And then once he started to loop what he was saying, I then went around and listened out for any enemy dialogues that might have happened. And then after that, any dialogue from the people that are locked up in the cage, including Victor and Hugo, who were from earlier in the game, get their dialogue and all that kind of stuff. So it's a long process to do that kind of thing, so I wasn't sure how it was going to land, so I thought, well, if I do this DLC in one stream, that'll be good. Because I wasn't sure, because the story is short in this DLC. There's only 6 memories. But there were other things I was doing as well, and I wasn't sure how many different things there might be of dialogue and stuff. That was in Mita, yeah. It definitely was.
Jolie fleur dans la... Il se passe quelque chose.
Termine de conservateur! Appelez-le!
Une fois que certains ont goûté à la violence,
Bonjour, monsieur, et bienvenue.
Je les ai piqués. Hey, ça suffit.
Ça va très bien.
Je vais t'étriper, bandit. Il était juste là.
Okay, final memory of the
Je vais
DLC.
t'égorger. Ah.
On est bien, copain.
Sequence 13, Memory 6, A Crown of Thorns. Arno opens the door to the temple and heads inside to retrieve the relic.
Il me faut cet artefact.
Tu permets?
C'est donc toi qui as volé cette clé. Merci, mon brave.
Faut-il informer le commandant?
Dis-lui que je démissionne.
Et maintenant?
Voilà de quoi t'éclairer.
Léon, comment tu m'as retrouvé?
Je sais ce que je fais. Toute la France compte sur toi.
Petit homme. Merci. Maintenant va te cacher, promets-le-moi.
Pourquoi?
Il est temps de découvrir ce qu'abrite ce temple.
Et le capitaine?
Il va mourir. Car je suis un assassin.
Damn straight. Admita, this is like that part of Black Flag in the Observatory. This is so true. That's a good call. Yeah, when Bartholomew Roberts basically knocks Edward off into the water.
Diable.
the same button to go down interacts with this. Of course, because the prompt wasn't on the screen, the game didn't care that I was actually close to it when I pressed the button, because the prompt wasn't on the screen. Classic struggle I have with video games is where I know what button to press, and I have the character close to what I need to interact with, but because the prompt isn't on the screen, the game is stupid and doesn't realize what I'm trying to do.
Qui a bâti cet endroit?
Je t'ai vu le prendre. N'essaie pas de le nier. Qui te l'a donné? Il était à moi et je l'ai repris. Tu tenais ce Léon. Et après, où est-il passé? Le capitaine Rose va nous tuer.
Sébastien, comment va?
Et après, où est-il passé? Le capitaine Rose va nous tuer. Tout est de ta faute.
Qu'aurais-tu fait à ma place?
Qu'est-ce qui s'est passé? Tu as décidé de le laisser partir?
C'est plus compliqué que tu ne crois. J'aimerais bien devoir essayer de le retenir.
J'aurais fait bien mieux que toi. Tu n'es pas capable de lui courir après.
Je vais te percer le cœur, tant que tu le peux encore.
C'est maintenant qu'on va s'amuser. Reviens ici, je vais te stopper.
Alright, so there is some dialogue to catch. The enemies do actually say something, but because there's no English subtitles, I don't know what they're actually saying. Nagasuki, how do you stream from console? Do you use the PlayStation stream or through the PC? Yeah, so basically just load your game up, and then when you do that, you press the button that you bring up to do like screenshots, and then you just select go live, whether you've got your PSN or account linked to YouTube or to your Twitch, and then basically once you've connected, then it'll just broadcast it. But with PlayStation though, if your game crashes, the stream will actually end on you automatically.
Qui a bâti cet endroit?
J'ai un cœur de pierre, tu sauras. Les Jérémiades n'y changeront rien. Si tu me touches encore, tu révèles enfin ta véritable nature.
Cette histoire d'argent entre nous, elles t'ont poisonné.
J'aurais jamais dû me le demander. C'est ta faute, pas la mienne.
Quoi?
L'honneur est venu.
Ça n'est pas normal, il n'y a rien eu un bruit.
I hate in this game how Arno does that. The enemies haven't yet fully detected you, and when you go inside the hiding spot, he automatically comes out. It's like, what are you doing that for, Arno?
Où te caches-tu, scélérat?
It's understandable if they've fully detected you, that he would come out of there straight away, but not if they haven't. Nagasuki, oh, good to know. Not that you'll be streaming someday, but still. Yeah, it's good to be prepared for that, because I wasn't. I thought, oh, well, it'll just go to some kind of, like, idle screen on the stream itself while I sort things out and get the game reloaded, but nope. Turns off the whole stream, which is very annoying when I've done, like, 20 minutes of a stream and then the game crashes, because it's like, ugh. Like, yeah, I could edit the VOD of the 20 minutes and attach it to the other one, but the thing about that is when I do long streams, it's basically downloading it, and then it's editing it, and then it's rendering it, and then it's uploading it. And with Australian internet, the process ends up taking 6+ hours, and so I don't necessarily feel like doing all that.
Je n'ai pas ici. Un peu de pitié.
Okay, so dealt with those enemies so that when we get close to Rose, the villain, I'll be able to hear his dialogue then. And read the subtitles as well.
Ayez pitié. Oh.
Alright, now that we've taken out that army, not that there won't be any more enemies that will spawn in after the next part, but now we'll be able to get to the enemy and hear their dialogue and read it in the English subtitles as well. Oh no, some other enemies here.
Regarde, toi, citoyen. Je suis prêt. Dégage ton épée, Sharpie. Comment puis-je m'en emparer? Ouvre-toi, bon sang!
Tu n'auras jamais cet artefact.
Ah, je vais te ralentir, moi! Abattez-le! Attrape-le encore! À la queue! Là-bas! Va te chercher! Ça va te coûter cher, ça! Je l'ai retrouvé! Rattrapez-le! Pas comme ça que tu nous échapperas! Tu vas voir!
J'ai réquisitionné l'artillerie nécessaire pour briser ce siège.
Volez l'artefact et votre récompense sera 1000 fois supérieure à tout ce que vous a promis Bonaparte.
Où dois-je la porter?
À la dame Ève.
La France.
Attrapez-le! Volez l'artefact!
Fucking rock throwing idiots. Jesus Christ. Go back to the Stone Age, you pricks. So this piece of Eden is the same one that Napoleon will actually get his hands on, that in Assassin's Creed 2, in the Subject 16 puzzles that you do, you actually see that he's got a piece of Eden. Arno gives this to some assassins that take it to Cairo in Egypt, and part of the reason why in the AC universe Napoleon went to Egypt to fight was to regain this piece of Eden that he had lost in this DLC content. So he ends up getting his hands on this after all, but not straight away. Hey there, Dumbledore. Good morning. How's it going today?
Alors, mon ami, voyons pourquoi tu les intéresses tant.
Thank you for the GG, Senny. Thank you very much.
C'est de la magie noire. Le commandant ne doit jamais s'en emparer. Ah, cher Arnaud, nos espérances sur l'état à venir de l'espèce humaine peuvent se réduire à ces
Napoléon
trois.
Bonaparte, vous êtes en état d'arrestation pour trahison et abandon de poste.
La destruction de l'inégalité entre les nations. Les progrès de l'égalité au sein d'un seul et même peuple.
Dernier passager.
Ceci doit parvenir à Al-Mualim, au Caire. Et enfin, le perfectionnement de l'homme.
Crooked, is kind of funny seeing how the guards spawn indefinitely on the minimap everywhere. It's like there's just so many. And it's so funny because you have someone like Arno using this
this this device that is so powerful and so sort of like frightening, and they're just like, I'm gonna take him on. I'd be like, fuck this shit, I'm out of here. Yeah, Crooked. Leon is such a great character. The way that he sort of is a bit of a kick in the ass that Arno needs in a way. His sort of like cynicism and everything like that, and Leon is, purely wanting to follow in the footsteps of, heroes that he admires and all that kind of stuff, and he's hoping that Arno is like that because of finding out that he's, fighting, he was in France, like in Paris and all that kind of stuff, and then him, basically being sort of like, I'm just doing this so I can get out of France, there's nothing here, don't expect anything, don't get your hopes up, and all this kind of stuff. And Arno gets snapped out of it, and it sets the stage that hasn't been done, where Leon eventually could become an assassin as well later in life, sort of like echoing how Arno's father was an assassin, and even though Arno would not be Leon's actual father though, but having that dynamic where you have the mentor and the student, and Leon actually going to Paris, because the thing is, like, Arno was going to leave and go to Egypt, but he decides to stay in France and goes back to being an assassin in France as well. Like, there's a co-op mission that takes place, I think, in the year 1800, and Arno, of course, is involved in it, so... Yeah, Dumbledore. Yeah, I did some side stuff in the DLC as well, and covered the French language with it, and did the main story. There's only 6 memories in the DLC, so if you're just doing the story and you're not worrying about side stuff, it's relatively quick to get through as well, but it worked out well because I did a long ass stream yesterday to get the main game finished. Thank you for the GG, Schiller. Thank you very much. Exactly, Lizzie. They tried to body pile him. They did, but they're idiots. Like, seeing all that stuff go down, I'd be like, fuck this. I'm not gonna risk my life for this. Just run off. Crooked, right? It's like, oh, my captain died because of the ghost of Saint Denis. I better run in panic. Ghost of Saint Denis comes with a magical artifact summoning masses of bats. Better face him straight up, lol. Exactly. It's just ridiculous how they do that. And trying to get through that without getting damage is just so insanely... Because I tried to do it in a playthrough where I couldn't take damage inside memories, and it was just so fucking annoying. So I made an exception for that part, because you got the assholes that just end up being able to hit you even though you're basically using the piece of it. And you can spam the damn thing as much as you want, but they'll still get a hit in on you. Thank you for the GGs, Lucinda. Muchly appreciated. So it was cool to play the game again with the French language, but this time around doing side content in the main game and also doing the DLC and its side content in the French language, which I'd never done before. And it's interesting the different actors and stuff that they got for the French language version. So if you want to actually hear what Arno would have sounded like with a French accent, granted, he's obviously speaking French in the French language, but if you want an idea of what Arno as a character might have sounded like with a French accent, then it's cool to play the game with the French language selected. But if you actually want to hear what Dan Janot, who plays Arno in the English language version, actually sounds like with a accent, he was actually Pierre in the Siege of Paris DLC for Assassin's Creed Valhalla, and he actually does a French accent when he's talking. So that is the playthrough finished. Thank you, Enmita, for the GGs as well. Thank you, thank you. Yes, Sona, so another playthrough down. I won't be doing any other phases except for one more with this game. And I was saying earlier that it probably won't be until... I want to sort of aim for November when I do phase 3. But I don't know when in November though. But that is the Phase 2 French language playthrough completed as part of celebrating this game's 10th anniversary. The next phase will be a music-only run, where I'll turn off the dialogue and audio for the sound effects and just have the music. And what I tend to do, because I've done that with quite a few games now in the series, what I tend to do is basically when I get to a part of the game, I just listen to the music until it loops or it stops playing, and then move on to the next section and, you know, cover things like that. So it's a good opportunity to hear the ins and outs of the music without the dialogue and the sound effects covering some little bits of instrumentation and stuff like that. It also feels really cool to play through the game with the music only in certain set pieces and stuff, because you might not necessarily be focusing on the music as you're focusing on the gameplay, and there might be dialogue that you're listening to. But when you just have the music on its own, you can purely hear the music and play the set pieces as well. And controlling Arno when there's like, you know, like the hot air balloon level is one of my favorites, and the music in that is really cool. So I'm looking forward to that particular memory with the music only. But that is the plan for Phase 3. I'll aim for sometime in November to do that one. Going to fast travel back to Paris. Nice plan indeed, Crooked. Where does this put Arno? Does it put him back at the Cafe Theatre? And of course, I'll have to delete the cloud save and the hard drive save for this playthrough so I can actually start from scratch again. I think it's time for Arno to have a coffee. Let him just have a coffee and relax while I finish out the stream.
Veuillez noter que la loi de Prairial du citoyen Couton ne permet pas au tribunal révolutionnaire d'organiser des exécutions de masse. Elle a simplement
Okay, so we're going to go and raid out to Gizlek, who's playing through Black Myth Wukong. So, just a heads up, I don't know where he's up to in the game. I do want to play it myself, so I'll probably not be 100% paying attention to what's going on in the game, because I do want to play it myself at some point and be, you know, as spoiler-free as possible. But we're going to raid out to Gizlek and see how he's doing with Black Myth Wukong. But before that, though, I want to give some shout-outs. A well-deserved coffee indeed, Senny. Oh, yeah. And it's never-ending, too. It's a never-emptying cup of coffee.
Très bonne journée à vous, monsieur.
Ça ira, ça ira, ça ira. Les aristocrates à la lanterne. Ah, ça ira, ça ira, ça ira. Les aristocrates, on les pendra. Peuple français, jadis s'acquilla. L'aristocratie, mea culpa. Ah, ça ira, ça ira, ça ira. Le clergé regrette un bien qu'il a. Par justice, la nation l'aura. Par l'imprudent Lafayette.
Dr. Darling, time for you to get more coffee. Bye, Arno Rod. Until next time, Dr. Darling. In STEM, that'll be the next game that I'll be playing, will be Evil Within. Hope you enjoy your coffee. Would like to highly recommend people check out the following streamers. Shillerlock, who's playing through the Dark Pictures anthology. He's going through House of Ashes, and he's choosing Say Nothing in every single part of the game where there's a dialogue choice. And Crocodiles is playing through Assassin's Creed Origins. He's doing a 100% playthrough, and he's also playing on the hardest difficulty. It's part of an overall project where he's playing through multiple different games across a whole range of franchises, and he's playing them in the order in which the games actually take place in. So he's going through games that were set all the way back in the BC era, and going to be playing through games all the way up until ones that are set in the 1940s. Lucinda has finished her first ever playthrough of God of War 2018 and Ghost of Tsushima, and is going to be doing a bit of a stream of the game Thief. Inmita is playing through Ghost of Tsushima, most recently finished Assassin's Creed Valhalla and got the Platinum for that game. Mr. Gote is a fan of games like Banishers, Ghost of New Eden, as well as the Outlast series and Elden Ring. And Ginger Perks is also highly recommended. She's a fan of RPGs as well as horror games. She's doing a playthrough of Elden Ring, and she also is playing through the Assassin's Creed series from time to time as well. And also highly recommend checking out Shaky, who has been doing WWE SmackDown. Here Comes the Pain. Crocodile, that singer sounded like he ain't serious singing that. It's so funny, I've got my own volume turned off, so I haven't been hearing the singing. Nagasuki, you're going to cook your crepes. See you soon, Rod. Was a nice stream again. Absolutely, Nagasuki, and I hope that you enjoy your crepes as well. I hope they're delicious. Thank you so much for being here too. In Mita, no problem at all for the shout out, and for the stream as well. Thank you so much for being here as well. And same to you as well, Lucinda. No worries for the shout out. No worries for the stream, Lizzie. I hope that you have a good one as well. And no problemo, Senny, for the shout out as well. Here's a general raid message that everyone can copy and paste. And I'll also put in a variation for subscribers to use as well. Crooked, it sounded like they got a French man record the song separately from the original one in French and mocking it slightly or something. Maybe they didn't like the other actor and they were like, right, I'm going to ruin your character's performance in my version. This is the current schedule, which will have to change now that I've finished Assassin's Creed Unity, but the Monday through to Thursday is actually going to become Tomb Raider. So I'll be playing through 12 Tomb Raider games. I'll be starting with the original and working my way all the way through up until the final game, Shadow of the Tomb Raider. And for the first game, I'm doing a challenge run where I'm not allowed to use any health kits at all through the entire playthrough. So I've never done a challenge with any of those old school Tomb Raider games, and I thought I would do that kind of one with that. Because I have so many games in that series I need to get through before the year ends, I won't be able to do heaps of challenge runs with the different games in the series, but I at least wanted to do one with the old school ones, so I decided to do that challenge with the very first Tomb Raider, and I might end up doing some challenges with the newer ones, the reboot trilogy as well, just see how things time out as I go through. But the next stream that you'll see from me will be Evil Within, to continue celebrating that game's 10th anniversary. And on the weekend, I've got Splinter Cell Conviction still happening. Once I finish Splinter Cell Conviction, I'll be starting Splinter Cell Blacklist as well. So that's the current schedule, and I'll change Monday through to Thursday so it says Tomb Raider instead of Assassin's Creed. Yeah, and me too. I'm looking forward to doing it because I've wanted to do something like that for a long time. There's a variation that people have done with that challenge where they also have no reloads and stuff like that, but I'm just going to purely do a can't use any health items at all. Which, it's funny, I don't usually use that many, but I still use some. So it will still be a little bit of a challenge for me to get through parts of the game without being able to use health. Because as you can imagine, being able to fill your health up when you're earlier in a level is definitely a great thing to be able to do. But if I can't, then basically I'm at a disadvantage and I can't rely on having a whole lot of health as well. So I have to be extra careful with how I do things. So that'll be Monday through to Thursday. Let's go and raid Gizlek and see how he's doing with Black Myth Wukong. Thanks everyone for watching, I really do appreciate it. This has been the Phase 2 French language playthrough for Assassin's Creed Unity. and
À
I'll
cette
aim
heure,
for November
selon les
being
dernières
Phase 3, which will be music
informations
only. If
la
you're seeing me
Convention
streaming Evil
a
Within, then you know it's
ordonné
become
l'arrestation des
Friday for me.
citoyens
Hope
Saint-Just,
everyone has a good one,
Henriot,
and catch you next
Couton,
time.
Lebas
And you
et
take care as well,
Maximilien et
Anita. Thank you
Augustin
so very
Robespierre.
much. Hope you have a
Le
good one.
comité de salut public tient à présenter ses excuses pour toute confusion conséquente à la récente allocution du citoyen Robespierre. Ce grand homme aurait été troublé par le grandiose de la cérémonie qu'il présidait. Les nécessiteux de Paris doivent savoir qu'ils pourront toujours compter sur les frères de la chasteté de Saint-Michel. Ils distribuent la soupe et proposent des lits et des soins aux quatre coins de la ville, pour le repos du corps et de l'âme.
Regarde ça. Tout allait bien quand tout d'un coup, elle disparaît avec le premier venu. Les hivers, ils sont toutes comme ça. Rien.